Alright, we are here in Tuscany, trying to experience the full frontal content of the Italian Wars kind of here in the new future. We'll see if we get to that. We are currently annexing Mantua. I think we are in a pretty good spot. It has been a few days since we last played. We take a look at kind of where things are in the standings in terms of wealth. We're actually not that far. Well, actually, I think we'll have the most income, yeah. We do have the most income, beating out the Papal States. Papal States will be someone we need to fight in the near future. Was kind of before the stream got started, before we started this up, was watching someone play League. Man, right in the feels with the 2013 League. I don't want to install it because the anti-cheat, but I kind of want to play. So, we'll see. Too soon? I'm still on the clock? Womp womp. We'll be here a few hours, though. Working from home, so you may just kill my productivity. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Or, yeah. What we have here is, but welcome to the stream. I think, what do we currently have? We have follow through on threat, and then following through on Morocco. That might have been where we left off. I think this is where we left off, where we were thinking that we wanted to deck this war, but we wanted to hire we wanted to hire so many mercs to do it that it was going to end up being quite the time. I think that's what was going on here. With what nation did you form Tuscany? Florence. Oh, someone had sent me a fix, but I didn't install the fix. No, not like this. For Arte della Lana, which unslots itself. So, like, the biggest economic benefit of Tuscany, not present for us. Is the change to pop growth with 1.4 just a nerf, or am I wrong? You're wrong, but it is a nerf. It's just not merely a nerf. Oh, we do want building road rights, though. So maybe we pay for this for a little bit here. We do want building road rights. We are developing Florence, integrating Levante, encouraging humanist. Yeah, all this seems kind of good here. Okay. So, I guess there's no two ways about it. We are just going to gather a huge mercenary army here and try and beat the Moroccans. Gonna generally... Oh, I wish this wasn't so tedious. So... This looks pretty okay. How many levies do you have? 50,000. I wish we could know how much of this is tribal levies, but yeah, okay. On a per man basis, I think mercs are better than tribal levies, but not by much. Yeah, so this is actually just going to be wildly expensive. Now, the fact that we have these higher tier guys, this is going to be very nice for us. Maybe we do like 20,000? Total mercs? We would prefer the high initiative units. So that's around 20,000. We also do have our 2,000 regulars. They have 2 galleys. 3 galleys, 2 heavies. Are they allied with Tunis? They are. We're probably going to want to take a big chunk of Tunis. So let's recruit another stack here. Hey, Happy Shaft, how's it going? You got beat? You weren't the first one in chat. Normally you're, like, insta in chat. Welcome, welcome. I was super hyped about food pop growth changes. Feels like a step forward. I agree. Especially the logistics changes. The logistics changes just look like strictly good, like, really, really nice. Provinces with huge surplus should just give pop growth better, yes. They were still giving quite a bit from storage, though, so I'm not entirely sure, but we'll see. Doing Tuscany run, about strange year. But strangely, you have twice the income. It's like you're better at the game than me. Well... maybe. Probably. Maybe. I don't know, comparison is like, one, it's the theft of joy, and two, like... if you're playing way faster than me, it's actually not even clear that that would be the case. I mean, I'm probably better because I have like 2,600 hours played in the game, so... so we'll go 2,300 mercs. 23,000. Looks like we could accept printing press. I think we'll let it spread a little bit more to us. And we'll let these guys get, like, 3/4 or 1/4 of the way before we declare our war. We'll co-belligerate these guys, and we'll call Milan and the Papal States. And we're not necessarily going to try to do an Omega huge... we're going to try and get use out of our mercs and then peace out, basically, is going to be the way that we approach this. But I think with 20,000 mercs, this should be pretty good for us. We won our first battle already. And now we have ticking war score. I think that what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to link up all of our dudes. I was going to say split into 2 armies, but if we could take a crack at this 10k stack that is 100% levies before it starts to really get to unite with other ones, this is going to be good for us. I think that we also... let's not raise levies, because we committed to so many mercs. Actually, let's raise some levies from... ugh! That's it? We get the sweet, sweet sounds of the outside stuff. Okay, this is stuff we should have prepped beforehand, but not a whole lot we could do about it now. We can't even transport what little army we have very effectively. I mean, we could transport it from here. It's very cute that Tunis has a little bit of land there. But this should be good for us. Looking at it, though, they have 20 light cabs, so this maybe isn't even good for us. It feels like it should be. Okay, we're doing decent damage. They're doing quite a bit of damage to us, considering they have Age 1 levies and half as many guys, but that's just the strength of tribal levies. Absolutely savage. Alright. And so, it may have seemed overkill for us to just hire 20,000 mercs, but they have 50,000 troops. So, the goal here is going to be to chip shot some battles, basically in this type of way, against not fully stacked up stacks. You know what I mean? Take a little bit of stab. That's right, we are paying for the art this run. We maybe should have... actually... we're just gonna have that guy do the thing. Ooh, this is actually maybe closer than we would like. Kinda don't want to eat a +2. So this is where we really slow down the game and try and make sure that we get our good battle that we want. Don't want to eat a +2 into this many guys. Well, I think he actually moved. I don't think he's here. I think that guy moved to there. So what we want is to handle the stacks one at a time. Okay, there's 3 stacks. This is actually maybe a little bit... There's a little bit of tension here. So I'm not sure we beat all the stacks combined. But we're going to wait for the morale recovery here, and then we're going to go in on this stack. It's going to be a +2 for him, which is not good for us. But, considering they're all levies and a ton of tribal levies, it's actually... So their benefit is they can fully saturate wide fronts really, really, really well. And this is less of an advantage on plus terrain, so plus terrain is proportionally like less valuable for him than it is for us. Hey, Alice Lee? How you doing? Seems like the push to make levies the play further into the game. Top growth being slowed will make nations stagnate with pops. I mean, pops are really, really good. Oh, you're saying that the fact that you have to use more levies is going to make it so that you stall out the amount of pops that you have. I think people... When I read, not necessarily like people in chat, but when I read like comments on the forums and this type of stuff, people just really seem to not appreciate the value of not losing your pops in war. Like, we're gaining 1,000 pops a month, right? And we're about to have a battle where we like lose at least 2 months worth of pop growth. You know what I mean? Like, however this turns out, we're probably losing at least 4k troops. And so when you're doing like back-to-back wars and then you're like losing guys, or we only lost like 1,600, you know, it's a thing. It like really negatively affects what's going on with you, you know? Thank you for the 2 months Prime. You got the loud car. You got the loud car outside and the loud car notification. As a 32-year-old, I took a peek at those spreadsheets. Not allowed. You need to be purified. Whatever that means. Hey, Cavalry. Where's the promised crying in the shower stream? I actually might do crying in the shower content. I've not had a joke option win by that fat a margin in a long time, so... We might have to cry in the shower. Unfortunately. Might be required. Maybe we have enough... I was thinking that, like... Man, it seems like we just don't have much in the way of levies, but... Maybe 4 of those transport ships is enough to get our regulars over here. We're still going really, really slow. Gotta wait for the morale here to recover. But we're trying to make sure that we get our good battles off. And so, this should be good for us. I think, but there's an 18k stack, so it's not even clear, and now we can't hire mercs anymore. Oh, were mistakes made? Mistakes might have been made. Oh, I don't know if we win this. We don't have time to siege this back up. We don't have time to hire mercs. This is actually just where we're supposed to peace out. Gross. Gross, I don't think we win this. I mean, we proportionally are killing way more. We're hoping that he saturates funny. Like, he saturates all one box. Which would be quite bad for him. Yes, yes. Let the poor saturation flow through you. We're not exactly well saturated ourselves, though. Jesus Christ. Oh, I think we just lose the war now. Fuck, dude. 20,000 was not enough. If they siege stuff, maybe we have a chance. I don't think we can hire mercs. We can't hire mercs in occupied territory. We can't hire mercs in occupied territory. We maybe win on a +3 with this 20k stack. We can hire... Oh man, there's more coming in. This is really actually looking pretty bad for us. The levies are just so good, man. It says we can hire them there, but it just lies to us. If you hire in foreign territory, even if it's occupied, it just bricks. I don't think we need this stuff. So now we begin the procedure, which is hiring tons and tons and tons of mercs. I hate the procedure. The procedure is so painful. I wish we could pick the location and then hire the mercs from there. Alright. Don't need those. Don't need that. Should be able to hire from here. Don't need this. We already have so much storage. It's not gonna be like a factor. Glorp fix. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Art maxing, best strategy. You want to really kind of only pay for artist bonuses you really want, I think. And so we could maybe kind of cruise through that and take a look here, but monthly prestige is maybe okay. War exhaustion's maybe no good. Monthly prestige maybe okay. We probably want 1 or 2 of the literacy growth, but after a certain point it's not going to be marginally useful, so let's sort by skill of the artist as well here. Type of artist. So we'll have type into skills, so maybe we're supposed to dismiss this guy, for example, because he's less skilled. You definitely want to be selling art too. We're kind of not doing that. I don't know if 1% of state satisfaction is worth 2.5% of your tax base. That is the cost of each of these artists without modifiers. I think construction speed in particular is pretty bad, but this guy's got... It feels bad just dismissing the guy with 100 skill, but he's probably not worth. I wonder if the mercs you hire come with full food. Actually a big freaking issue for us. I mean, we get high morale as long as we don't move. And we're gonna lose, like, a big chunk of our guys each month, but that doesn't necessarily matter too much. Us getting free Diplo rep because we don't have supplies is fantastic, especially if that stacks. Not sure if it does. Okay, so we have the +2, I think. Which is going to be quite nice for us. Getting good damage down. He has no saturation in the middle. This guy performing Navy logistics is being freaking useless. I do believe we can supply through this territory, so it's a little bit grim. Yeah, and then all our merc hires are bricked. Oh, it does just look like we lose this war. I should have just hired 40,000 mercs instead of 20,000. Oh, no. Partly joking, but if pops are good, why waste time with granaries? Just take other people's lands and pops. I think this is one of those wars that we just totally deserve to lose. I should have just hired more. Are you going to make a video around the 1.4 update? Yes. Having multiple small vassals still meta? No. You want kind of bigger ones. When a country gets destroyed, who gets their art? Art is stored in locations. So as locations change hands, so too does art. What's going on in North Africa? What's going on is we're getting spanked and, don't really have... the issue is this bricks all of our merc hires, so... I thought 20,000 mercs was going to be enough. I was mistaken, and now we just lose. And there's, I don't think there's anything to do here. Other than... other than, like, offer tribute and try to, like, only be humiliated actually is probably the solution. And normally if something weird happened, and we just got the... you know, kind of, we got wrecked from a strangeness or this type of thing, we would, we would reload, but this is deserved. I just thought 20,000 would be, we just didn't have enough time to hire. I just needed to play that slower. The thing is, we have more guys, but we don't have the logistics to get them there. We could maybe try and hold out for a white piece, but these mercs are effectively... there's not a good way to defend these, other than splitting them, actually. So the stacks are probably dead, but we can maybe try and... be a little bit cheeky with this. We can't hire mercs out of occupied territory is one of the biggest, like, issues, and we don't have enough transports to ferry anyone around. And so we're in a really, really rough spot. But, yeah, the mercs are just gonna die there. Oh, no. There's not much to be done here, yeah. Oh, we just walk onto a stack. Grim, grim, grim. Maybe we have to give this up. Damn it. It's the power of the tribal levies. Just 100% tribal levies just run over our mercs of, like, even similar numbers. Whomever asked about the small vassal meta, they increase force minimum annexation costs to the equivalent of 15 rural locations or 6 urban locations, yeah. Damn, damn, damn. Okay, how do we lose the minimum? What are we doing? We're so rich. Surely there's a way we can win this. Do we want to try and throw, like, 10 to 20,000 gold at this war to win it? Tribal levies steamrolling? Yeah. Pay the man time? Merc boats? Yeah, merc boats is the solution. But it's going to be merc boats plus rehiring up tens of thousands of mercs. I think we need 40 or 50,000. White peace Morocco? Morocco's the main... We can't white peace Morocco. You mean white peace Tunis. Tunis is not willing to white peace. Wait, what the hell? Didn't we just hire one from Liguria and Corsica? Maybe not, yeah. Okay. 30 cogs. Time to begin the procedure. What's everyone's favorite procedure? Mine's hiring mercs. And by favorite, I mean decidedly not favorite. I think we do want some amount of camp followers. These guys aren't even, like, really depleted, even though this is the same places we hired mercs from before. Nope. North Portugal, giving us quite a bit of footmen. Interesting. Okay, we're hiring 33,000 mercs. 2 merc boats. If we get access to 2 Sicilies, we could maybe try and occupy Tunis and then push forward here. But I think I think we just want to beat their armies. Oh, we should have hired in the Pope Man's territory. That's my bad. We must protect our holy land. My favorite procedure is the one that generates random new world in EU4. I like that procedure as well. I thought you declared on Tunis. Nah. A meta video on how to play in 1.3. Been looking for some videos. Didn't have some luck. Would you prefer military meta or other meta? I have, like, most of the things needed for a military meta thing. Okay, so we can transport 9k at a time. And I think they're just going to be keeping... I don't know where their stacks are. Looks like Papal States is doing a little bit of... some zigging and some zagging, but... in theory... it would be easiest if we went to here. If we had access through... Nope, they don't like us. Is this our subject? No. We could carry 9,000 with this. Basically trying to get to the point where we can carry half of our guys. God, this is so insane. Mercs are just still like... yeah, Mercs are just regulated by how tedious it is. Alright, that is roughly half. Oh, where should we land? If we land here, we can zip back and occupy a ton of Tunisian land and piece them out first, and then go for the other stuff. And I'm thinking there won't be a bunch of troops here, so this will be maybe less of an issue. We have a bunch of food storage units, so we should have a decent supply of food brought from home that will maintain us. I assume that we're slowly consuming, yeah, but we have so much, and so this will work for us. And then the rest of the guys can come over now. Come on over. Da, 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 da. I don't know if we need to occupy, or we want to take Tunis proper, really. Look at this guy. He's got the Riz. Call me the Rizzler. Generally, SARS, if this is a bit off topic, but have you ever attempted to try Vic 3, the one mechanic that's been bugging me? How do trade centers work? They can trade goods between provinces in the global market. That much I can tell, but they trade goods between a third-party province in the global market or trade goods between 2 provinces. The trades are all done between a location and the global market, in that you get the goods locally, I do believe, in terms of MAPI. I'd have to double check. And then because they're there locally, they get transported to your market as well, because every local production and consumption of a good goes to your market, and then they interact with the global one. And so you're not interacting directly with trading partners, you're interacting indirectly with trading partners. That makes sense. How would you go about forming the US in 1.3? I think it's a little bit harder now. I'm not sure what the exact solution is. Because before you used to just queue up a bunch of colonies, and when they finished, they would always contribute to you, and now I don't think they do. They might if it's still in the region, and I might just be misinformed. So we're gonna try and keep these stacks together until we get some occupation and some fog of war. I wonder if we can we set these guys to transport the other stacks? This is not something we've tried to do before, but in theory you should be able to do it. Gonna get some occupation down there, hopefully. Ah! Now we're gonna go for the weak stacks and try and mop them up. Let's just get this taken out. Bueller? Is there a one? No, there's not a one thing across type place. Looks like Papal States has managed to ferry across anyway, though. If we are going to siege Tunis, we would want to do it now. How does Tunis feel about all this? They're kind of not feeling it. I think that we don't need to siege a fort. I think if we siege all of this, that will be in okay shape. But we're not going to be able to resupply food very easily. We'll send a lower food place guy to... Oh, whoa, 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 whoa! God damn, dude. They don't have morale. God, this is stupid. You have to babysit so hard, man. Because, like, the impact is so high in some of these cases. That was my bad. Isn't military meta just cav? I mean, I think that people don't understand why it's just cav. And why light cav is, like, yeah. Maybe it's just cav. This is fair enough. Get your stinging paws off Africa, you dirty Italian. It says Happy Shaft. Not like this. We're gonna cut our losses 1k tribute to enter the war to prevent needless deaths. Journalist Merc button go burr. Yeah. God. This feels so painful, though. I think we... I don't know if we win this. We win this definitely if this guy doesn't make it here. I do believe we win 1v1 versus tribal levies, so I think... we win in theory, but the fact that we're entering on like 75% morale is gonna suck. It is nice actually having our guy arrive late though, but this is maybe just bad. Oh, it's looking bad. Holy shit, dude. We're actually just gonna single file here. Holy balls. We're losing this, right? Or do they get a very unfortunate... They got a very unfortunate split here. We might just win this. If we can actually reinforce the center, no, we can't. I mean, we're getting flanking done, right? And we're gonna get 2 instances of flanking done to their 1. I think we win, actually. Thank God, man. It's close, though. It's close. Let's link up. I guess we're just gonna go slow and baby this. What do you mean we can't take them as slaves? What do you mean we have terrible, religion or mechanics for this? Alright. Are we actually just gonna get stacked wiped by the random Tripoli coming in hot? Say it ain't so. We might need more guys, though. Let's take a look at casualty count. They're down to 75,000 guys. We have way more guys. We've lost a little bit less than them, but of course... Is there a way to set this to guy to just ferry troops? No. Can you get on the boats, dogs? Oh, they stack wiped the Papal States? Jesus. Okay, you want to load on, or what? I don't think there's a way to do this, and we have to baby our stack. I think paying off Tunis to leave is the best idea, not gonna lie. Paying them off to leave and then... I don't know, they're pretty close to even, and we can occupy a lot. We're just gonna have this guy bring food. Sucks. Let's double check that we can't hire mercs in occupied territory. I'm pretty sure we can't. Like, it says that we can, but then when we try to, it just instantly cancels. Yeah, stupid. We could pay off. The thing is, the thing that we actually want most is Tunisian lands anyways. So, more so than the Moroccan lands. Okay, you want to do this? I think we win this. Super hard. The power of the tribal levy making itself known. Oh, we got an unfortunate stack. God damn. It was so sweaty. I'm not sure we win this. Because, unfortunately, we got overstacked front on the left. And he's gonna crash through the middle. Before we can crash through on the left. I don't exactly have a good province to retreat to either here. We're kind of trading okay. Wait, what happened? How did he just Oh, he had all infantry in the middle. Maybe we do win, but at what cost type thing? No, we're still losing. We're still losing because we're eating all this flanking damage. Similar casualties. God, I really don't want to think about this right now. Such a sweat. We're just gonna march all the way down. Wait, did they get to Gibbs before us? Oh. I think we have exactly 2 regulars. Okay, let's do the thing then. So we'll have another, like, 14,000 or something coming in a few days. We maybe hire some levies as well. Hire. We maybe grab some levies to grab the objective as we're fighting down here. Oh, our button's not working. Feels bad. We're gonna have 26k, but he has 26k as well. So we're gonna start bringing levies too. Allies getting on boats is difficult. I think I tried making overcapacity transports. They boarded. They just stood there. Yeah. I don't think there's anything to be done there. You want to ferry allies, you need to get an army and can attach and then get it on the boats. Oh, okay. Yeah. Forming Italy today counters. You are the first one from today. So we have a similar number. They also have a lot of regulars. We actually kind of like our chances against the regulars. But we have another 10,000-ish. Hoping to clip one of their armies. Yeah. Like it, like it. So now we win against that 19k stack pretty handedly. And then... oh, it's time to do the control groups. We're sweating. We're sweating. Why do we have to sweat this much? I think we just take this guy heads up. Looking at the count, he doesn't have a bunch of tribal levies now, does he? He's got a bunch of regular levies. That ain't nothing to us. That ain't nothing. We will still try and watch both of the stacks at once and play slow. How about this guy? 4k tribal levies will be the price of admission here. We should have separated this into 2 stacks, that's my bad. Because now we can oversaturate kind of a little bit. I guess we have big enough boxes on the, like, +0 terrain that we aren't that likely to oversaturate in a really bad way. He oversaturates the right. So he's going to be in bad shape once his center starts failing. Yeah, because he can't bring all of his stats. That's his issue. Come on. And you, sir. You come get that. Okay, I think we're winning here. Yeah. Yep. We are winning. This is so painful. Didn't sign up for this amount of pain. To be fair, neither did Morocco, so I guess two's company or whatever. Takes 2 to tango. God, just... I don't know what makes the hotkeys sometimes break. Like, we're clicking Shift D there. Because we want to separate out the things. You get insane pop growth in specific provinces with high control. Slave market placement. Is it correct or am I getting something wrong? You get it if you have slave rating. You can import slaves like Genoa or Lithuania and immediately convert them to your faith. Yes, and then they become regular pops, and it's like importing pops. Genoa is doing like a weird thing though, because I don't think you can import all Christians, but I think you can do some, or... I don't know exactly the way Genoa works. Of course, the siege is not enough, guys. This is our unit? Okay. We now have the war goal. Okay, Tunis isn't into giving anything up at this juncture. Which makes sense, we don't have occupations on them much, but we can get there. And we might not even want to maintain the levies over here, because the levies are really weak. And we don't see where their troops are at, so... They're down to 35k, though. Unclear where they're at. Whose 35k is this? 20k Morocco levies, so... Morocco has a lot of tribes, but... Tunis is in bad shape. I think we get ready to say smell you later. Because don't know where Morocco is, don't want to be caught with our pants down. We've done that once before. We'd like to not do it again. We'll just leave a little unit there. And then this will come through. And then these guys will get to supply when these guys make it to the coast. And we'll come to the coast like this. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, Kurt. Actually, you rejoin. You're good at fighting. Don't exactly want to get the levies, like, into combat, into the mix, but we see basically the entire army's this way, so we're trying to zig and zag, and generally they can only counter one, either a zig or a zag, and we're doing both. Okay. What is this? And now we can fit this entire stack and go this way. Do 28k there. Surely we can stand someplace better. It's maybe a little bit too late to stand there. What type of levies are these? Tribal, not tribal. Okay, this guy's totally not into the war anymore. Oh! Why don't you pin the goods? Pinning the goods does help. But you can only pin in the home market. I finally got around to a full cav regular spam army as the Teutonic Order, and shit was just way too fun. Stack wiping 10 to 1. I need confirmation. Am I shooting myself in the foot by not making colonial subjects? No, you're probably saving yourself some sanity. I think colonial subjects are good. Like, I think it's positive EV. But if you assume that they basically disappear at the very start of age 6, like, the ROI and the amount of time it takes to get the return is, like, forever. Just the thing is, like, if you're sitting on 40k money, like, colonies are better than not colonizing, but... Are you getting so much money? Can I see taxes for each estate? Yeah, here you go. Why do you pin the goods? Oh, why do we pin the goods? Yeah, to know when we get a discount. And also just to kind of keep your finger on the pulse of what's going on. If you get a really deep discount, though, that's kind of like when you want to add urbanization or stuff like this, upgrade stuff to cities. Like, it's a matter of getting a bunch of small advantages and then getting them to snowball, and, like, getting a discount on stuff is just one of the small advantages you could have, yeah. Okay. We'll do this. Don't want to brick our alliances by having too much going on in terms of antag. But we're going to be releasing Sicily, the historic subject that's going to have a claim. That should be pretty good. We could push for more on Tunis, but our army's breathing down our throat a little bit. I think this is fine. And now these guys could come this way. And then also bricks one of these armies. We have the primary again. But these guys... we actually love to leave this on the table, so we have to do some weird stuff to give Cuckoo more land. But also, we're gonna set up other subjects. I think releasing that as Marrakesh will be good. Algiers, I think, also gets a bunch of claims. Actually, you know what? We could give this guy his claims. This is probably fine. And then we'll get new claims through Algiers. We'll maybe want to hold on to the capital ourselves. So, this is the base of what we're looking at. I think we can get a bit more, and we have a whole bunch of mercs that we want to kind of make use of. Just kidding, are we losing this now? Are we dum-dums? The greed on this man. Yeah. Alright, similar casualties, but we'll just get our stacks more in order here. And then once we wipe him, we should be in much better shape. We're not going to hire up more mercs. We should be able to take out the 10k stack here. Then we are going to... Where's his money at? Go for that. Not using a governor. Is Tunis? No. Castile is... France is doing okay. Hungary hasn't gotten the memo yet. So expecting to get clipped here, but be able to beat his stack. God, this has just been such a stressed out start to all this stream. I think it'll be much more chill after that. What's your take on generic urban rights? I've been slapping Granary Town everywhere. Here's my opinion on Granary Town. God, why is the hotkey sometimes broken? Here's my opinion on Granary Towns. This is what I think of your Granary Towns. So, like, this is... We're just spamming Granary Towns everywhere. Gene feels like what is... not to be the Morocco player. Gene feels what it's like to not be the Moroccan player. A Moroccan player, this would be rough. Do we win this? No, we got an Uber overstack on the wrong flank, bro. We just have to retreat. God, that's so stupid. God, do we actually need to hire mercs for this? I think we need to hire mercs. We could let him link up with our armies. We have a +2 here. What's this? I think we could just let Milan, stomp these guys out. Okay, well, hopefully our guys don't shit the bed in terms of saturation and, like, really oversaturate one box. Looks like they're not. Oh, these guys got... God, the feudal levies even have high initiative. They're having trouble. But he's only got 2 cav in the center. So right now he's bringing all his stats, but we get to reinforce more stats in. It's actually looking kind of bad for us. Just stay where you're at. We're coming to you. Nice. Okay, this was not what we wanted. Yeah, now we're like all levies. Holy, did we need to hire more mercs? Are we punting? Do you ever get nervous? The Papal States either saves us or we get clipped. We get clipped here. God, this war has been so fucking expensive. We should have just, like, pieced him out with, like, the pretty solid peace deal. I just got fucking greedy. And now it's like, it's gonna cost us more money for us to probably just kind of get more war reps or something. Oh, well, it's more painful for Morocco. So they'll be softened up at least. Hey, Joe, saw you saw the Proximity World Conquest on Reddit, right? Do you think there's an easier way to get 0 procs rather than Rome Mughal? Well, I mean, I definitely think it involves Rome. You can get it on anyone who forms Rome just by going... If you go Diplo Ideas in the Final Age, that's -2. And then Rome gives -2, I think. And then there is a Parliament that gives -1. So, Shrimp Posture activated? Yeah. Shrimp Posture is indeed activated. To be fair, our regulars, which we have a couple units of, will actually reinforce once we're in there. So, that'll be kind of nice. These guys are doing just fine without us. Did we annex Geneva? Oh, we annexed all of Geneva. Okay. Okay. I wonder what happens if these mercs run out. I guess everyone on board dies if your mercs run out. Alright. What do they have? Oh, this is just infantry, baby. This is, no tribal levies here. Get ready to get waxed, son. Get ready to get so waxed. We win, boys. Why are North African armies so strong? It's the tribal levies. Tribal levies are just very, very, very strong. And here's... let's put this into context. This is the tribesman map mode. Tribal levies are light cavalry, which are just generally better, but they're deceptive because they're for every single pop type. What it's generally doing in terms of how many mercs it supplies, or how much manpower it supplies, is going to be 2%. Okay? 2% of tribesmen get raised as tribal cavalry. However, it only takes 40% the amount of tribal cavalry to make a unit as it does, like, making units out of infantry. And this is true with nobles as well, but nobles you get a bunch of, like, 1s and 2s and this type of thing in terms of how much you're raising. But you are effectively getting, like, 2.5 times as many units per pop from your levies. Because on a per unit basis, and even on a per unit basis, the tribal cap is better, but you're also getting 2.5 times as many units per pop. Now, the bad part about tribesmen is they really, really hurt proximity, so they tend not to have high control, and so if you have not high control, it's harder to raise more, but you can throw tribal cavalry into regulars, like, even as late as age 3 and still do pretty well, so... But that's why we were rejoicing the fact that these were all infantry. When we were looking at the 9k stack, it was like, do we beat this with our 14k stack? And then we look at what the 9k stack is, and since it's all infantry, it doesn't have a bunch of tribal cavalries. Tribal estate also gives instant manpower? Yes. Oh, we should call an emergency parliament. What's our cooldown on parliament? Oh, we want to drag this war out a little bit longer. Do our regular parliament and then do our emergency one. But this has just been brutal. A big issue for us has also just been, like, lack of space to maneuver, which in subsequent wars is not going to be as big a thing. So we're going to lose all of the mercs we have here. We're going to let this time out under the assumption that we will not need to do something too crazy. Also, most of the mercs that we have in terms of the army should be pretty depleted. They have 7k total left. There's the entirety of what they have. And we're checking for light cavalry. We see that they don't have any. So we should be able to just wax them. And a bunch of our merc contracts are expiring, but a bunch of those are on the merc contracts that are expiring are, what is it? I'm going so blank right now. They're like units that have like 0 strength, so it doesn't really matter. So we've done those extra bits kind of for nothing. I don't even think we can release Granada out of that. So we don't want to go for that. Yeah. I think it's just us taking money. Kind of insane that Morocco can raise 30k people with horses for free. It's kind of real strong. Man, we forgot to fill our water jug. I might have to fill it. I don't think we want to do the rest of the stream without water. That was really sweaty. you have the energy drink, but then what? But let's at least show what we're doing here. We're not at peace yet, actually. So let's head over here and grab this stuff and finish the other war. Zab, we have a lot of antag with. Mainly trying to keep the antag down, not because we're worried about Zab in the coalition, but because as there are more guys in the coalition, our allies won't want to be allied with us. It's kind of more the issue. I don't think we have a unit we have to worry about, but there was a 400 stack on our side that somehow got wiped here. Actually, we can check how much. They have 0 manpower, alright. Or 0 men. Okay. Water jug? That's right. What's the meta between centralized, decentralized value? Are you playing multiplayer or single player? I think it matters a lot whether you're playing multiplayer or single player. Single player is probably trying to do centralization. I think, or sorry, multi, but I think single player, I think expanding with subjects is too good. Having a bunch of subjects is really good. Having a bunch of subjects makes you have way less pressure. Oh no. We're not gonna get the, like, double rainbow parliament. I messed up. We were not supposed to peace out the other guys. Alright, we will not gain any more Genevan territory here. Diplo hedge. We kind of don't want to be Diplo hedge. That's a bit unfortunate. Okay, sponsor religious art gives... What is something we don't want? I think we want this, because this effectively is going to give us additional pop growth off of all of our granaries. We want to go outward. We want this. We don't really need additional taxes, considering we're about to recall another parliament. This isn't deleting a ton of merchant guilds. It's only deleting one. I think we just pass this, and then just go straight into another parliament. What does your shirt say? It says, freak in the sheets. Oh, what's all this gunk on my shirt, though? What? I got, like, dust on me from something. It says freak in the sheets. Looks like I spilled creatine on my shirt. I don't... Did we handle our creatine jug? Maybe that's what that is. Okay, it says freak in the sheets, though. Taste it to find out? Not doing that. Do they auto give up? They don't. Perfect. We'll get to have another parliament. So then we're gonna kind of turn back. I mean, we could stretch it out real long and get the max tax, but I don't think that's necessary. We'll detach the mercs. And all the levies. Let's peek. Yeah. Got a few new shirts. Forgot two. We were wearing one yesterday, but yeah, you could see in the Victoria video from yesterday a new shirt as well. A bunch of our mercs are going to be done here. Yeah. So just waiting on this parliament to end so we can host another one. Actually, let's click buttons too. Grain imports, rural crafts charter, no. Bueller. Don't mind trade income 5. Well, that's only during the debate. Sea trade efficiency is kind of okay. Selling efficiency for 10 years is something we're into, so let's do that. And now we can end our wars. So also click the buttons, do the things. Oh, we should do the things afterwards. After we click all this. A little bit loose. We eventually need to put the peasants in parliament. Oh, we've been paying for Republic. No, not like this. Why have we been paying? I know why, but... Oh. Because we wanted to slot this in and then we forgot. Not slotting the other in because it automatically slots out. Man, bad sequencing all around. Because also, should have sequenced it a little bit differently in that it's better to give plus to these stats or plus to the approval before we click all the buttons because it gives us more parliament juice. I think it's kind of okay. Alright, how much... We don't have enough free subject trend that we can afford to give it up. Just seeing if we want to give out any of these. Looks like we kind of don't. I think we're actually supposed to pay for one more, and then... We have urban rights now, and we are going to be able to hand them out. But I think this is a good time to grab water. Can we expect new situations in 1.4? Not been following too closely? You almost certainly, considering... It's gonna be an Iberia flavor pack. I imagine they add a situation. Would not be shocked if they add something for the Inquisition. Can you define theory crafting? So, I have an idea that I think I'm gonna do for a video where talking about military and military equipment ought to be. I don't think there should be different unit types. I think or there should be, like, different unit types, but in a very, very limited scope. Instead, what you should have is military equipment. Like, the thing that should be... Right now, in the latest Dev Diary, they were talking about the balance between cavalry and infantry and how cavalry is way stronger and they want to make it more in line. And fundamentally, like, this abstraction or way of looking at cavalry versus infantry is, like, very board gamey, where, like, the two options need to be kind of balanced. But, like, really what the really, what's going on, like, from a simulation perspective is the, one cavalryman should just be way better than one infantryman, and it shouldn't be remotely close, and the axis you're trying to balance is not cavalry versus infantry, but it's cavalry versus the costs of having cavalry. Because a unit that is on a half-ton animal, a man on a half-ton animal is just going to be more effective than a man not on a half-ton animal. And this is going to be the case until basically, like, World War II. The issue is that horses eat a lot, they consume a lot of calories, so if you can't graze them, then it's a huge strain on your supply lines. And then also horses are just expensive, and horses can be used for other things within your nation, and so what should be the case is, like, you should have a discrete number of horses in your nation, and this should be a resource for you. And so if you're like a steppe nation that happens to have a lot of horses per person, you get a really, really nice outcome in terms of being able to run more cavalry. But the cavalry should just be insanely strong. A man on a half-ton animal is like 5 men. At least. At least. Did he win the Ghibellines and Guelphs? Yes, he did. He did win the Ghibellines and Guelphs. So, this is kind of the underlying thesis, but also, goods. Underpinning this is the idea that horses are a semi-persistent good within your market, and so are cannons. And, like, right now, all goods are, like, they're not, like, actual things, they're more, like, throughput items. And there is, like, stockpiles, so there's, like, some scaffolding for this, but armies should carry an amount of cannons, but also, however many men it takes to operate a cannon, those are just way more effective in a battle than infantrymen. When you have, like, a cannon unit, like the Hoofdnice here, when you have a cannon unit, you do not have one cannon and 200 guys operating the cannons, right? And if you have, like, 4 or 5 guys per cannon, those guys are just going to be way more useful in combat than 4 or 5 guys as archers. It's, like, not even remotely close. What's the limiting factor for the cannons, though? It's actually having cannons. Cannons were hugely expensive. They took tons and tons of either copper, bronze, iron, whatever you're building the cannon out of. They were just massively expensive, and the weight that it takes of these minerals that it takes to just build a cannon itself would be like way more than like 5 suit of arms of this type of thing. But you would have cannons be persistent items, other military equipment, horses, and also when you lose battles, you should lose basically all your cannons. A huge advantage of the fact of winning battles was that when the enemy runs, they tend to strip off a lot. They tend to drop their weapons and or strip off armor so they can run faster. And then you get to pick up all that shit. Also, like, beyond this, like, there's raiding, and wealth should get stored in locations more. And I think that there should be a connection between wealth stored in locations and development, such that attacking places just for the purposes of raiding their wealth, it becomes, like, more viable of way of looking at war, although maybe it shouldn't be worth it for that, and that alone, but, you know. It also doesn't make a sense that artillery is, like, 1,000 men per black. Yeah, so what it should be is, like, you have units that are trained to utilize these pieces of equipment, but more equipment is just always better and allows your units to be more effective. AoE is better than single target. Also, cannons are fucking terrifying. Like, look, if you, getting people to charge through cannon fire is a vibe. EU4 cavalry cost was high enough that you had a choice of quantity versus quality. Yeah, it should be an expense axis, and right now it's not. It's like they're trying to balance it like per unit versus per unit, and like I don't like the underlying like kind of way of looking at it. So propose some system where each unit has the ability to equip goods. Yes, this is exactly it. Where you have some amount of unequipped guys, and then you have equipment, and then the equipment allows you to use different unit types. Replace the combined arms in that sense, I guess. How do you simulate that system of equipment? Well, you would need to have a new system of, like, semi-permanent goods. So it's part of, like, an economic proposal or idea I've had for some times is that some goods should just stick around and not, like, disappear. And, like, tools, for example, let's find a lumber mill. Okay, this uses tools as an input, and it consumes the tools and it outputs wood. I think on a lot of these, with stuff like tools should be a good that just persists within the market, and then you can utilize, in terms of all your PMs, an amount of tools up to the amount that is stored within the market. And so if you have 100 tools, you can use 100 tools PMs, and they do not get consumed. They are semi-persistent goods. However, if a tool is in usage, it will have a decay rate. And so maybe every year, 1% of tools that are in use get deleted, and then tools that are not in use still decay, but decay at a lower rate. Something like this. Available goods in the market unit comes from. Available goods stored in market unit comes from. So, regarding the units, they would have to carry their goods. Which means that you would also need more auxiliaries if you have more cannons. For example, I sent it in Super Chat. Sorry. I just was trying to... Yes. Thank you for the $5, Andy. Much appreciated. I have a question. When you lose all the Republican tradition, do you become a dictatorship? No, you do not. And if not, should they bring it back? This is how it worked before release. Should they bring it back, though? I think that having low legitimacy should just be, like, more punishing. I think the entire abstraction for sliders is just wonky. Because you just want to really, really avoid paying for these things. And I don't think that that's necessarily a very good simulation. That, like, you're just very, very... Because these are money incinerators, and so they operate on an axis different than other expenditures. Because other expenditures help you out. And so, like, these are, like, you would, like, almost rather pay... Well, actually, building maintenance is actually probably net positive. What you pay into building maintenance, you probably recoup in terms of stimulated economy. But you do not recoup any of this because it just incinerates stuff. And so I don't like that cost to court, like, is really, really pushed towards you just, like, ignoring it. I don't know if I like it forcing you back into a dictatorship. I think disasters should have more teeth, and you should have a disaster, and that disaster might force you back onto a dictatorship. I think that would be the way of doing it. Sorry for missing the super. I was trying to get my main idea out. Thank you so very much. Is it... The way you actually have armories be literal armories, meaning you store goods that you need for an armory? Yeah, you could do this too. Having the goods stored in a particular location such that if you raise the units, you have to go and march over to an armory. Something like this. When they are raised, goods get taken out of the store. When stood down, they get returned. Yep. Some of them get returned. I feel like your soldiers should keep some stuff due to looting. And this should increase, like, the wealth that is stored in your provinces, but it shouldn't go directly to the treasury. You just hate how hard and that they scale? Cutting corners is peak government simulation? Yeah, maybe. But, like, just Uber incinerators... I just hate... Oh, they just scale... Yeah, that they just scale linearly, these things. Yeah, I don't... The scaling is such that if you pay for enough sliders and your average tax rate is sufficiently low, it actually makes it so that increasing the wealth of your nation costs you more money. You should ignore more super chats to bait more super chats. I'm not trying to do that. Water. Yeah, it's water time. Once he starts cooking, he ain't stopping for no man. I mean, I'm trying to get the idea out. but in regards to, like, how I think the military should be redone, but this is a bigger part of, like, an entire economy rework that I have in mind, which I think would be good, but I don't think it's necessarily performative, so, like, I don't know, maybe I'm just, like, being silly. I wonder how the devs will be able to make late game enjoyable. I mean, I think one of the issues is, like, 500 years is too long a time frame in some sort of sense, because if you want 400 years in to be enjoyable, then you need to be challenged 400 years in, and if you're challenged 400 years in, then that means your gains need to be really slow over the course of the first 400 years, and I think people want to make gains faster, so there's, like, two opposing kind of, like, forces. That, from, like, a fun perspective, I'm not sure are reconcilable. Unless you have, like, a complex AI that, like, figures out a way to play just slightly worse than the player. Because, like, also one of the issues is that if you make the AI really good, then it's just gonna crush the average player, right? And then if it's not really good, then the more experienced players just get to run over it. Rather than having an RGO system where each tile has an arbitrary raw resource, maybe each tile could be multiple endemic resources, like one tile could have wheat and sturdy grains. Yeah, so I think that, like, Vic 3's system of doing, like, raw goods is better, where they have, like, arable land and then resource potentials of a particular kind. The shirt is very dope. Thank you, thank you. Freaking the sheets. I'm at 1600 in your Hungary game, 250k more professionals than anyone else, sitting on 2 million gold. They gotta slow down the late game for it to seem reasonable. Yeah, but then, like, when I talk about game balance, I also have to keep in mind that there's a lot of players that are, like, struggling, too. And if they make the game, like, challenging for the experienced player for over the course of 300 years, then it's gonna, and, like, then the pacing and challenge is just gonna feel overwhelming for, like, a newer player. So, like, the solution is to accelerate the speed at which you travel through the ages. Which, that's, like, a difficult thing to do. How's your Florence province? Less urbanized, pops are starving? Well, my pops aren't going to be starving. Because I have all the wood in the northern portion of the market. AI difficulties would be nice. To some degree, they have difficulties, but, like, the difficulties, what they give are just, like, a bunch of nonsense modifiers. Like, the AI gets 10% selling efficiency. So you just get, like, fake economies when you play on very hard. You know. The amount of micro you have to do in late game is overwhelming for everyone. To be fair, this mod helps out a lot. The construction manager. You go for max tax every time when choosing rights of the burger law? No, you going for selling efficiency can also make sense. The system where you have no valid rivals has no teeth at the moment, but people complained when it did. The complacency was it? Yeah, the thing is like, there's a segment of the players who want the game to be challenging and to be very simulationisty, and then there's a segment of the players who want to zoom and go fast and want the game to be arcadey. And you can please both those players at the same time, but it's very hard. Because there's going to be a lot of things where they actually just want different... They want the things to be diametrically opposed. Like, I see a lot of people all the time complain that Conquest is bad because, like, low control is bad. And I think you should just be perma-conquesting all game because it's so good. The thing is it's not anywhere near as good as your core territories. But, like, it's always marginally better, so you should always keep conquesting, but it doesn't feel like you add much strength when you conquer stuff, and people want to, like, feel like they're getting strong and, like, zoom, and, like, this type of thing, and, like, my feelings are just different than their feelings, you know? About where I'd want to see the game. And, like, honestly, I think a large share of the community is just, like, divergent with, like, the way they look at game design versus the way I kind of look at it, and so, to some extent, like, the devs should just, like, if 80% of the community, like, feels differently than I do, the devs should listen to the community rather than me, probably. But we're going to refill this water jug, use the bathroom real quick, be right back, and then fix up the economy here, because we have some stuff going on. So I guess we'll leave this on the control menu, so we can see kind of a little bit of what's going on. But expanding where we have good control. Alright. It's time to fix the economy. The endemic resource system is for places with no industry, and on top of that, you should have buildings that you build like horse farms that would you need to feed the endemic resources until you get tons of horses. I mean, it's interesting in the sense that RGOs make it so that like all land is like kind of valuable, which is maybe like a weird abstraction. We're gonna wait a month. And then now we're above a multiple of 5. And so we have a ton of urban rights to give out. Let's start with Florence proper, which we are going to give out. Textile rights. I think Lucca as well, textile rights. I think we could give textile rights to all these. We do want to give at least one instance of paper rights out. I think it'll be here. We will. I don't think we have any special ones as Italy. Or we have this, but it's trash. Could do the mining charter. I think marble tends to never really be that worth. Now, Sienna, we could do tools, or we could say that we're okay with the tools bonus, and we want to produce weaponry here. I think I might be into the weapons. The thing is, now we're going to have 4 industries here, which maybe doesn't work. I'm not sure the actual best approach for weaponry versus tools, and how this should be handled. Tooling rights is just very awkward, because it's like, okay, we're just going to only have 1 industry here, and it's like, Well, do we get another bonus? There's no other thing in here that's good for... Tools are also an intermediate good, though. Tools being an intermediate good is an important distinction, because building intermediate goods in slightly lower control areas is not as bad as building end goods. Because tools get used in the production of other goods. Weapons, firearms, cannons will not. But most of the weapons, firearms, and cannon consumption is our units, so collapsing these prices is good, so building more of these is also okay. Not like this. I feel like Vic 3 gets that balance well. Yeah, I think Vic 3 is, like, done a really good job of making stuff feel better into a longer period of game. Oh, we could just be spineless and not decide there. I'm leaning towards spinelessness. Spinelessness feels pretty good. We have 1 more urban right. I wish that... So you get additional max levels from the jewelry one? So the jewelry guild max levels? I wish there was... I wish it was the same for... I don't know what to do here. I mean, they already have... Shoot. I don't know why it sometimes doesn't work. Okay, here are urban rights that we handed out. Now Pisa has just straight up bad ones. But had a bunch of extra stuff. Oh, we've added a ton of marketplaces. How expensive is stab for us right now? 200 gold for about 0.5 stab. So 400 for 1 stab. So 4k for 10 stab. So it's probably cheaper for us to just downsize this. We didn't want to downside Pisa for a reason, though. I think they had a unique building we kind of wanted to protect. What was that? That's not that great. That's not yet cored. This only has one thing we need to get rid of. And is currently our governor. Why don't we deslot this the old-fashioned way? We also get this massive burgers hit. Okay. We've already called our additional parliament, so we can annex the revolter, I think. Yes? And now it's time to make subjects and stuff. Can someone explain the wood comment helping with starving pops? I don't understand. The wood comment helping with starving pops. I'm not sure either. Concrete should be useful for raw resource extraction though, right? I think it should be, like, in an era of, like, globalization and steam power, but I don't think that should necessarily be the case, like, in this time period. I don't really know, the material situation that well. Algiers is always going to have the market capital. I don't think there's a funny business way for us to do this. By funny business, I mean where we get to keep the market capital. Although we maybe didn't want that guy to have it. Actually, we've had this guy for longer, and now we could work on annexing this guy. If we want to culture flip him. I'm not sure we... Well... Maybe that's what we do, and then we feed him this other guy. Yeah, I think that's okay. When looking at Roman history, I like to look at the Roman Empire. That seems reasonable. The lands Rome conquered were generally not the most productive. Most of the benefits Rome got from the conquest were immediate caste influx from looting and intermediate slave influx, and second-order effects to, sure, those lands are useless, but by having them economically productive, Heartland is not threatened by war and raids. Yeah. This achievement just bugged for anyone else. Won the Italian Wars, but I didn't get League of Legends. Womp womp. You hate to see it. I don't know, we haven't won the Italian Wars. Our achievements are disabled, though. So... What do you mean there's... You can't release Sicily as a nation if that's controlled? Terrible. I'm gonna be integrating this by hand. That's not what we wanted to do. I fat fingered that. Or maybe I didn't. Maybe that was intended. Weird. Will you switch a million or Lombard for dev maxing? I probably should have figured that out beforehand. What are we getting from Tuscan? Because we needed to be this culture to do Tuscany. But yeah, we should, in theory, just flip. Yeah, maybe we flip $1 million. I feel like that's something I would have thought to. I mean, eventually we get to unite it all, but the 50 stab hit to flip $1 million is probably worth. We're currently converting a bunch of stuff to Tuscans, so it's going to be a little bit annoying, but... should actually be not that hard to get a ruler that is $1 million. I don't think this guy is crazy good, so why don't we do this? Wait, what? I said wait, I was confused because it was showing like it was upgrading to a mega. We produce so many weapons in Milan and Brescia that I rarely build them anywhere else. Oh, that's a good point. Can you show your research percentage and what would you say is a good one to aim for? I don't know exactly what's a good one to aim for. The thing is it changes as you embrace more institutions and get more literacy. This is like one of the bigger drivers. I think the thing instead to look at is like your liturgical language. And try and make sure that's pretty high, but you get really diluted out by there being so many percent modifiers that percent research speed is a little bit not as good. And the thing is, you get all the good research anyways. There's like, unless you're playing like somewhere not close to Europe, you get all the research you want over the course of a campaign. And so it's not a matter of have or have not, it's a matter of like have earlier. So I think research is a little bit overrated. There's like power spikes, and power spikes are a thing, but power spikes are more gated by the turning of the age than like your research speed. It feels like. So... or your ability to embrace the institution faster. Like, the thing that throttles the exact year at which you get the tech is, like, less your research speed than anything else. So research speed, I think, is just really overrated. I use low control areas to produce cheap stuff like clay, sand, or stone. Smart. Vic 3 did a lot of good stuff. Why the hell did they decide to shit on war system will always boggle my mind. I actually like the Vic 3 war system. I like it a lot. This is probably sufficiently cheap, yeah. Or that's fine for the research speed, and then... what are we getting here? We're getting Council Hall. Okay. And then we have a decision about whether we go for the Gov reform, where we have to go through a bunch of trash text, basically. It's kind of one of those things where it's like a good... these three are good, but like the fact that you have to go through a bunch of trash is like gonna significantly decrease how valuable that is. I think that we're actually just gonna go for the power spike. I wish I knew why we can't release... because these guys were in Naples before. Sicily's just not releasable if Naples is around. Deciding what we want to do with this. Yeah. Is there anything we need to be at peace for that we're interested in? I don't think so. God, I wish my hotkey was working. Okay. I think we won't delete, like, this massive economic thing. We'll just get rid of this. These are two bad things. Actually... no, they're just two bad things. But we can't downsize it yet, so that is going to be a thing. We're just talking about this because we got a button to click. We got more urban rights to give out. I think we want it to be the textiles here. Even though it's got a bunch of nonsense. Actually, the bunch of nonsense, maybe the 5% prod malice is sufficient that we actually don't want Geneva to have something else. In which case, unslotting on it was kind of silly. What do we got here? Grab bag. We have paper here. Nothing focus, nothing focus. Oh, we do want to spend the things. This looks like we're auto-expanding the paper, no? No. I mean, we have fiber crops there. Paper can use fiber crops as an input. We have paper in a couple of these places, but since they're towns, we can't give them 2 urban rights. You switch Sunni? Why do you have Dhimmi? We have Dhimmi because we have an overseas building over here that has burghers that are Christian. And because they're Christian burghers that are part of our estate, and these Christian burghers are Dhimmi because they are in a nation that has Sunni, we get access to the Dhimmi estate. So technically you want to abuse this by getting overseas buildings in places to do it. Okay, I think we're gonna make a executive decision to make this a printing rights place. Even though we're gonna get guilds soon. An alum looks like we can give this textile rights. And with the silk and the alum, it's probably textile rights. Again. It's just we have so much textile rights given out at this point. Our production of it Just has to be obscene. Why does the target price go up? Jewelry doesn't have higher tier buildings, so you really need the extra levels on that. That's true. If you max Republican tradition, how much does it cost to maintain? $33. Not a whole lot. The thing is that we would be paying more than this. We have plus 23% efficiency. But we would end up paying more than this because we would get events and stuff. It's not too bad, though, to be honest. Relative to how much we're making. Why are we making so much? What's going on? Why are we so rich? I actually don't know why we're so rich. I made it to about 1,500 tax base by 1540 as Holland. Netherlands, not great, but I think I'm doing fine. I don't know how to proceed, though. How do I scale my economy in the mid-games? Tips? We should almost make, like, a checklist, but making sure you have everything specialized so that you can get as big a prod efficiency on all your stuff is really important. Because it really, really affects your margins. And it might seem like a small thing, but the fact that we have additional prod efficiency... Let's find the capital. That was the capital. The fact that we have additional prod efficiency from stuff like textile rights is really, really increasing the amount of income we're getting here by quite a lot. Because look at how much we're paying for maintenance. Paying 70 ducats on the maintenance. And if we divide this by 1/7, which is what we would have without our production efficiency, or sorry, if we divide this by 1.7, which is what we'd have without our production efficiency, you know, this, we would actually be underwater on this building. It would make zero money. So you get a really big amount from prod efficiency, but also making sure that you have that in areas of high control is important. What do you think of Charter of Religious Freedom? 50% RGO size and food locations? It's good. Charter of Religious Freedom is good, except for the fact that, and this doesn't show up in the thing, let's see, does it require... It requires traditionalist, right? This is good. It requires a food RGO. So suddenly it doesn't look so good. It might be good next patch, though. I can't have one Sicily and two Sicilies. This is true. This is fair, maybe. Why did we downgrade Pisa to rural and then upgrade it to town? Because the urban rights stab costs? Yup. Because stab costs us... It costs us around 200 gold to get half a stab. 1 stab is 400 gold. 10 stab is 4,000 gold. 20 stab is 8,000 gold. All the buildings in Pisa were worth less than 8,000 gold, so it's cheaper to do it like this. Yeah. Greetings from Mexico. Hello, hello. Really have to learn to use the urban rights faster and better. Yeah, prod efficiency is like one of the strongest things, just like in the game in general. Hopefully this guy dies soon, because we did put him out to pasture. But let's maybe get rid of a couple artists. Let's fire some of these boys. Because... Let's see. I think we're okay with painters. I think we're okay paying 2.5% tax base for that guy. Not sure we like that guy, but he's got a lot of skill. This guy's not very skilled. We'll circle back. But I don't think we want the life expectancy. I guess this is actually kind of clutch right now, but... Let's dismiss this artist. And... I think having one writer makes a lot of sense, but we don't necessarily need to. The construction efficiency is like the most ass one. Sculptor's kind of bad too. Currently playing Aragorn, Lord of the Rings. Okay, playing Aragon, decided to pull a Portugal, turned into Age of Discovery, and I found Japan. Nice. I understand the logic of the 20 stab, but would we really pay the stab for it, though? Well, I mean, there's a limited amount of urban rights. What do you mean? It had urban rights we didn't want. Shouldn't you consider the lost taxes from Pisa, making Pisa a city? Well, considering some of those buildings actually undermine the profitability of our buildings, I don't think it's necessarily that straightforward. Like, a lot of the, like, level 1 things are just, like, kind of marginal. Like, they're so positive, but they're not, like, insane. Do you know how to push 50 quantity? You gnash your teeth until you get events. You basically have to wait until age 4. Age 4, you get some laws. But, you might be looking at... You're looking at planned storage system, you're like, this is an age 1 government reform. No, it's an age 4, it's an age 4 government reform. It's basically, unless you are starting with enough, it's like not really that doable. Yeah. What's the process to push it? You stack all the positive modifiers you can. And then you push it with cabinet action. It's just that, I'm not sure exactly. This is not available. I don't think it's available to age 4, and I think this one, Army Doctrine, not sure when that becomes available, but basically you don't get the tools to get enough push. You can get events, but the events give you, like, 2 push, so you have to basically be able to get it into the 40s with your ability to push it. Tax efficiency is a good way to slow down eco, just make everyone have negative tax efficiency in the start. But this is one of those things that it makes it unfun for... I'm sympathetic to... Like, some people, like, struggle with the economy. So it makes me have mixed feelings about this type of thing. I don't know why it sometimes breaks our hotkey, man. Like, you can see here, urban rights, Control E. We click Control E, nothing. Nothing. Maybe we should pin it. So gross. We don't pin anything. So actually, age 1 reform for nearly all Africans. Yeah, we can't all be African, though, unfortunately. They also get to slave raid. I played Vijayanagara a year about 1500, went naval. Did I do well? Should I move the capital? If I move the capital, where should I go? So, I actually think that Vijayanagara is not a terrible place for a capital, and if you move the capital, you lose access to your unique building. Forget exactly what the unique building gives, but I think this is actually kind of an okay location for a capital. It's also a decent place to just have a governor. I think, in theory, the harbors to push other control to India just, like, aren't that great. You could make an argument for moving the capital here. I don't think it's correct. I think the best place in capital for India is, like... Oh, I wanted to just see everyone's population all together. It's somewhere in here. Along the river. You even have, like, the good, stuff. It might even be as far down the river as, like, over here. You can make an interesting argument for Bengal. But there's an enormous amount of pops and really good RGOs and, farmlands, like, in this region. It's probably the best. Nah. Excited for the siege rework in 1.5? I am too. New siege work looks under the hood, RNG, not like this. Maybe, who knows? You can't make a game in mind having the worst people. I'm not talking about the, like... Okay, like, the least sweaty EU5 players, like, going to be probably sweatier than the average, like, Total War player or something like this. Like, Paradox games in general... Well, actually, definitely not the least sweaty, but I think you get what I'm trying to say, is, like, the, like, sweat ranking of even the, like, least sweaty EU5 players is already pretty sweaty. But, like, the issue is, like... A lot of the play patterns are obscure and feel weird in terms of min-maxing. Like, basically, like, saying, oh, these slider things, these don't exist. Although, I don't know why we're making so much fucking money. I feel so confused. How we're, like, our margins are this fat. I'm actually genuinely confused, but in the other direction. Like, why are we making so much money? Because normally, like, you pay for your sliders, and then it's like, oh, you're underwater on everything. But we, like, pay for our sliders, and it's like, oh, we're still making decent money. And this is with the monstrously expensive stab slider, because this has stab investment efficiency. We're paying for culture, too. We just fired a bunch of artists, though. I feel like we're so monstrously rich considering we haven't hit this power spike. Like, this is like one of the biggest power spikes in the game is the upgrade to your first workshop. And we're not even on it. We're dynamic cities? Yeah, I'd love to see dynamic cities. We're all sweats in today's economy. Yeah, just staying alive, we're already sweating. Tried to win Ghibellines and Guelphs, forced everyone to switch sides, switched back after 5 years. It was just me and Geneva versus the rest of the world rage quit. Yeah, I think you just have to, like, you have to just carry the tax base yourself super hard, I think. You probably have parliament taxes. You're probably right, but even, I think even with parliament taxes, this seems like a lot. Maybe it's not. It seems like a lot, even with parliament taxes. Did this integrate when it rebelled and then came back? No, it didn't, right? I think we want both of these. Urbanized. We can breadbasket this. I think that's okay to do. So let's do that. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Oh, maybe we're not supposed to breadbasket it because we just have so much opportunity for this in, like, lower control areas. Brother, how's this not a breadbasket? If this is wrong, I don't want to be right. Urbanization is just so free. I think I hate the world we're living in right now, where actually I think I'm supposed to urbanize this instead of make it a breadbasket. High percent of tax base versus wealth. Like 75%, that's pretty good. I guess we also have 150 trade income, which doesn't scale sliders. We also have the war reps. Game literally throws money at you. I always have to pay for my sliders for after 1450, 1500, then you only make half when it's max, making more money with full benefits. This is why we need food changes 1.4. 100%, like, this should not be... I strongly agree that this, like, should be bad to urbanize. What do you think about the 10x the cost of buildings in order to slow down the eco? It's not... I think it's approaching the issue from, like, the wrong angle type of thing, I would say. Because I think that just means you don't have a lot of buttons to click early on then, like, really at all. Like, people really hate the pacing of that. It would just be speed 5 and then, like, doing nothing for, like, that would get... The thing is you want to... You want to be making decisions all throughout the game. And the problem is like, early on, the pacing of the eco is, like, okay in terms of decisions and clicking buttons and doing stuff. And I don't think you want to cut that by 1/10 just so that, like, at 1500, the pacing is then right. Like, the issue is just how it scales in its entirety. If that makes sense. Right, because the economy, like, here's the thing, is, like, right now we're, like, plus 600, and let's see what we're at when we run out the thing. We're gonna get this Medici Oriental Press. Bruh. That's a big modifier. That's gonna give us a lot of research. Almost don't want to start up on the paper focus until after. Feels so silly with what we're doing with Pisa. Yeah, I mean, it still feels like we're making an obscene amount of money, even without the parliament taxes. You know what? It's probably just we have, like, a lot of dev, and I'm just, like, not used to having this much dev with my kind of similar runs. So we have, like... What's the prices look like? Yeah, like, so this is kind of higher than what we would be used to given the amount of cloth we're producing. Because there's, like, more demand for it. Is there funny business happening, though? Oh, this looks like funny business! It looks like funny business! Okay. Well, it's actually funny business if we're importing any. Wait, we can look like this. No, we're just exporting. Yeah, so that's fine. No funny business. No funny business yet. The funny business will come later. I hate sliders, period. Expenditure sliders versus income, making tiny modifiers so explosive to net income. Just brain damage to balance that doesn't need to be there. I kind of agree. The sliders should give you stimulus and should purchase goods, and, like, you shouldn't be able to extract anywhere near the amount of money you could do from the estates in terms of tax. Like, if the amount that you taxed was just cut by, like, 80%. Although, I don't like to say that type of thing, because, like, a lot of times they change stuff. They change stuff, like, cutting it at half, doubling it, 10%, 10x. And I think generally a little bit more fine touch. But just in the abstract, like, you get access to so much money, and then you're supposed to incinerate a big chunk of that money, and if you just don't incinerate it, then you just, like, make Uber bank. So have building levels be more dynamic and scale heavily towards the end? Well, I think that, like, you want to talk building levels, I think that maybe they should cap the EOS, like, economies of scale should maybe scale differently. I think, like, the economies of scale bonus should maybe be capped. It's, like, uncapped. But as your as your max building levels go up, the, every age economies of scale gets worse. I don't think we like that. The economies of scale bonus, like in age 1, gives like a full 1%, and then I think it's 0.2 less every single time you hit a new age or something like this. Is the game auto-exporting it? Hot damn. It is auto-exporting it, but they're not circling it yet. We don't have, Naples is importing it a little bit from us, but we don't have a situation where it's like flowing back and forth. If you play on harder difficulty, it always happens because the AI gets 10% cell efficiency. I was thinking location levels. Oh, yeah. Okay. Bueller, where's my button? Where's my button? There we go. Sometimes when I click to the side, it, like, changes the thing. Not sure capping efficiency makes sense. It just encourages more urbanization on every tile to get up to the cap. Vic 3 caps it. Actual economic theory, it's... economies of scale give you increasing marginal returns up to a point, and then they have decreasing marginal returns and then negative marginal returns. Like, it's like a curve. Like, in terms of actual economic theory, economies of scale does not increase up to infinity. Like, in terms of the way the world, like, just kind of, like, naturally works. Not my gum top buttons. As it stands right now, when building levels start maxing, my econ just drowns it out and I don't even care. I don't know about that. Prod efficiency is really good. Did that somehow change the cost? Our guy dying? So, we've been wanting to put Medici in charge, but it's not working. It's not working. I'm walking here. We're trying to see if we can get generals that are not nobles. Venetian. Neapolitan. Tuscan. You can just pick the oldest guy and put him on a boat. We're kind of looking for... I think chat was correct. We want to flip 1 million. For the dev. Means we're actually going to want to improve our cultural opinion of 1 million, though. We're just, like, working to keep this, but it's just not worth. And we have, like, plenty of space, so we should be able to kind of keep everything. A little bit gamey, though. Can you go over the breakdown of your estate prestige increase? It's because of artists. It's because of artists. We have a little bit of works of art. Also royal art patronage. Sorry, I think the royal art patronage is just this, no? No, it's an event. But we have this. A little bit of this. Our rivals are threatening. It's kind of a nice one. Great power. One hegemon. But yeah, I think that this was an event. We should be encouraged to have large production centers with broad ranges of goods. Paris, London, Vienna as the major manufacturing hubs rather than spread out evenly. 100% agree. The issue from a game design perspective is maybe that control, making it so that you can build a ton in one place is just going to make everyone just spam in their capital only. So you need control to... And maybe what you do is you do average control of the province throttles how much money you get, or average control of the area. Like, these are other larger distinctions. But yeah, there should be major, like, major areas that provide most of the production for the goods that get consumed by regional areas, rather than having it all spread out and you just urban sprawl everything. But from a game design perspective, this, like, eliminates this as a mediating factor. Does Lombard also get the dev? Are the other techs better? Tuscan doesn't get the dev. We can't flip Lombard that easily at this juncture. We can take a look, though. So here we have the dev, and importantly, it's an age 1, so we can get it right away. Trade capacity 10%, also very strong. Trade range 200, very nice. And then we have this. And then eventually we're going to unite the stuff. But 5% tax ethic is great. And morale is pretty solid. And here you have nobles power, ledge efficiency, trade advantage, trade range. The dev's in age 3, so we might not get it immediately. Silk output's kind of nice. This is better, but by the time... I forget when we get cultural unifications. This is age 4 or 5. We will get all the bonuses, so... I think spamming the capital's fine. The limiting factor should be migration, assimilation, promotion, pop capacity, etc. Well, it should maybe be the case that you can't build... a certain amount of, like, burger potential, like, buildings in a location or something like this. Or like, you can't, like, there's a cap to how many burgers you can promote. No, we have... Yeah. Forgot what hotkey we had this on. But, majority social class burgers is a weird thing to get. And so there should maybe be, you can't have more than 20% burgers in a location or something? I don't know. Unification stage 5. You think they should make luxury clothes and regular clothes in industry to make something like fur actually worth something? Well, fur would be a lot better if they just increased demand for it and reworked the way trade efficiency works. Currently, the way trade efficiency works is just very unsatisfying. Or not unsatisfying, it's unsatisfying as an outcome for anything that you're trading furs, because it cares about the price of the good and the base price of the furs too. So it makes it so you just always want to trade fine clothing. But if it was based on margin, you can get really big margins between fur in one market and another, such that it would look really worth it. But we're just gonna pick someone who's old so that we get another chance later, because we don't have any good options there. Currently, our governors are really close to each other because we don't have that much spread out land. Arborea and Treviso. That's not our subject, is it? Oh, it is. So that's war against Naples, or Two Sicilies. Which would include fighting Austria. You don't necessarily have an issue fighting Austria. This would be more of a pain in the ass. We could break Milan's alliance with them. I think we've already improved cultural opinion with Tuscan, which is maybe, or it's just, like, not useful to us later on here. What's our margin look like? Almost double. I think we can add another hoof nice, and then add another armored cav, which we're gonna upgrade. Spamming your capitals is very much what happened to IRL. Yeah, the thing is like, I think that wealth should get stored in locations, and that incentives for urbanizing and also development should spring up from wealth being stored in locations. So I think that, like, if you have a really rich noble from the patricians or the noble's estate, and let's say he lives here in Pesaro, he's going to store a bunch of wealth there. And the way this should be represented is him and his court have a whole bunch of needs here. And this should incentivize production in this location specifically. And so this and along with development should like organically grow from the fact that there's a large wealth store in the area. And that this should be most pronounced in the capital itself, but not like only in the capital. Something like this. Urbanize shouldn't increase control. That's maybe it shouldn't give flat control, but if it doesn't give flat control, it should maybe give like a proximity boost. Like if you have proximity that touches an area that's urbanized, it should maybe get more proximity. Didn't see your post where you're 80% laborers? That's a vibe. That is a vibe. Have you been? Godspeed. How far are we from a military power spike, though? I think we could embrace the military thing right now. You can embrace pike and shot, and then... Oh, what's this? Slightly better. But then we go for Lancers. What do they got for Navy? Let's maybe get... So we have Provence and 2 Sicilies. Let's maybe get a better Navy than them. They have 1 heavy ship and 2 galleys. 1 heavy ship and 2 galleys. So we already have more than enough galleys. We just maybe want to grab some heavies. Because galleys are fake. They're not real ships. Put this in Lucca so that Lucca gets higher control. Our prices. Glass is cheap. Lumber's cheap. Sand is cheap. Alright. Let's take a look here. And then I think with the market capital here and roads affecting market access, we're actually gonna change this to to travel time rather than proximity, which tends to build better for market access alone. And then we're gonna build out a little bit in a few directions to improve market access. And then road there for the dev. There for the same reason. And I think we're gonna do... We don't do this too often, but just a comb through of everything. Just take a quick look. Do we have areas that we have stone production? Or we don't have this in place? It doesn't look like it. Stone or clay. But we'd want to get those all auto-expanding if that was the case. In fact, we've kind of struggled with that. It should. It represents the ability to extract taxes and keep track of the people. Basically, cities were great for that. Yeah. The control should maybe... The infrastructure and like proximity, there should maybe like be like multiple levels of control, or like a state-owned control and state-owned control, if that makes sense. Because cities should have like a state-owned control. I think the entire decision to give lack of control areas all that money to the estates was a mistake. Where if they lack control, all the money goes to the estates, and instead what should have been done is like, maybe the governor should be represented as a lot of their power is control for the estates. Like, that's an interesting thought for a governor, is, governors get proximity, but it's like noble proximity. So then the nobles get a bunch more income, and you can tax them on that, but it's not really the same as having a capital. But then maybe you can have way more governors. And this would make things a little bit more interesting, and maybe like cities project control, but it's like control for the burghers, and then like if there are especially wealthy characters around and about that kind of form their own like basis of expanding power, and you like them but you don't like them type of thing. What were we doing? We were wanting to go through all of these. Okay. Alright, let's do this as well. Tar kiln, we want some more production of because it's really profitable. That hurts. We hate it when that happens. That is also something that is good. So let's come here. The livestock and lumber are both inputs for fiber crops. So this is actually going to be a decent spot for fiber crops, and we'll put that on auto expand. We need to see another lumber we see other lumber livestock provinces, but we don't own the territory there, like in Padua. So I think we'll do that for now. Now, tar kiln, we have a province that has some tar kiln. And it's going to be better in an area where we're, like, doomed to have a low control, which might be over here. So let's add some tar kilns to the province. Really? We can't build tar kilns? Why not? Is there a requirement here? Wait, it has to not be conquered? No, but it is... Wait, what? Oh, it doesn't have the vegetation. Woods, forest, jungle. Okay, that makes sense. This is grassland. Same province, though. Do we really want it out in the middle of nowhere, though? We can kind of make some money from tar. Yeah, we just don't have the other provinces yet. Alright, fair enough. Maybe we leave that on the table for now. These actually, if I recall correctly, do increase our diplomatic range. I think we have one of the buildings over here. I don't think we want a ton of these, but we'll add a couple. Forgot that we have that. We can't release Marrakesh. Wait, what? Where Silly Billies is the issue. But we can't get to this navally, so that is a little bit of a concern. This happened in another one of our runs, that we had this, like, same issue. Okay. We did the list. Tannery is also something we can add. Now, tannery is... The urban right for this is, like... Also wants us in a place with wood. If I recall correctly. Because it's like carpentry, tannery, pottery. Weird multi-incentives, but the really important one is we want a place with lumber and cows. Another lumber plus cows. So maybe Parma, we specialize into that. What do we have? I think we're going to need a sufficiently large amount. That is maybe okay. To allow some of these to be tannery places that aren't going to also... like, we will do like just tanneries, basically. Maybe not there, though. Yeah. Just trying to get our finger on the pulse a little bit, too, with this. Okay. I think with our kind of our new logic with how this works, it's just like super positive, and getting all this demand in place is going to be also nice for the power spike we're about to have. Although this, we actually almost don't even care. It's actually kind of okay with our subjects. Because it adds stimulus for us. Are these fine cloth? Or what percentages? Oh, it's not, no fine cloth. What? What? There we go. I think we like control. Should not build it in Geneva. Geneva has too many buildings. It's easier to decide where we don't want it. Okay. This also creates paper demand, book demand. Like, the demand profile of this building is so good for us. Okay. So on auto expand. So this should be doing it anyways for us. I think we do just generally like the wharf, but it's a little bit more mixed on the other stuff. But I think we're also trying to get this province's maintenance like entirely without the need for a navy. So it increases the value of stuff like this. We're gonna leave that on the table for now, though. What do we think of this? Do we want to create demand for this? Is urbanizing salt worth it? In this patch, yeah. In the future, maybe not. Dev is kind of weird. What does it represent that wealth, prosperity, or buildings don't already do? Like, kind of like infrastructure? This type of thing? It's kind of a weird abstraction. Played 300 hours in December and January and haven't played since? How different is the economy stuff? December and January. Oh, just like trying to remember where patches are at. Well, was that during like the tools lumber apocalypse? That was a little bit of a vibe. Trade got nerfed and then it got buffed. Is it better than it was then? Probably. I don't think this is worth it to build for stimulus. Gives us more pop growth. God, the temple gives you a slight amount of pop growth. It's actually probably worth building in high. Yeah, our guys will build temples though. We could probably like shift-click lumber mills, to be honest. This phase of the game. With our like current amount of income. Okay, I think that we've been being precise about capping out our thing. I think it's close to capped in these two places, so... Geneva's got a weird problem, though. Geneva's problem is that it's over the building cap, over the building limit. So buildings are real expensive. Can we get it under, or do we want to just pretend... We might just want to play this make-believe thing where we just never build a building here again. But eventually, as we get upgraded versions of the building, this is going to not really work very well for us. Where do we have good RGOs? We'll also... add a little bit there. How much are we getting per trade capacity is maybe the question we should have asked ourselves first. We're getting like 1 ducat per trade capacity. Holy shit. This might be more of a shift-click situation. We'll just add more in some good spots. We'll cancel all of these. I think we have a thing to make market villages everywhere, so we shouldn't sweat the villages, but let's just check. We've turned that on. Looks like maybe we've not. So we'll check also our auto builder. Auto build is enabled, but we don't have the discounts. Let's turn on universities. Hospital. Kind of don't like the demand profile of hospitals. Looks like we have every other one. Why is the market village not being built? Because we're wanting too big a demand thing. Oh, we have to have 5 control. Yeah, this may be okay. So, this will be a little bit better. And then we'll catch up on chat. As the Ghibellines and Guelphs been this patch, really struggled to get Guelphs to win on the last 2 Italian runs. I didn't have that much problem with it. I think direct owning this stuff, I think it's really important that you increase your own tax base. I think you kind of want to kick people via war into your circle a lot. And one of the issues is boho gets really strong. The most straightforward way of winning it might be just taking land off of Bohemia and like giving it to a subject of yours or something. Even if it modifies demand and prax, the buildings, wealth, and roads already should do that. Legislative efficiency should correlate to construction speed, costs, tax efficiency, roads, cost speed, proximity efficiency, bureaucracies. Yeah, I mean, right now legislative efficiency is a fake modifier. I agree with that. It's not real. We're gonna spread to our locations. We have ships coming in as well. And when the ships finish, then we will declare on 2 Sicilies, probably. Team of 30 people can't make the economy right. It's really hard to simulate real world realistically and keep it fun to play. Yeah, and keeping it fun to play is probably the more important thing, so... Wow, we get a discount on all buildings after we just queued up 30,000 worth of building cost. Yeah, hate to see it. In theory, we should actually just cancel these and re-queue them, but I'm not gonna do that. Or cancel them, wait for the prices to come back down, and then re-queue them. I can't be bothered. I think we might want to fire that artist. He's a metalsmith. What does he give us? Armor morale 5%. I think we're into that. 2.5% tax base for morale. How long do we have on these ships? Good one. Oh, our economy's gonna get so jacked. It's gonna get jacked and fucking tan. Alright. Not do that. Ooh. So I think we have to insult Arborea. Yeah, because we can't threaten war on them. Let's catch up, though. It's so necessary, just like people in dire need of goods, they found substitutions to replace the needs. It's the reason you have different production methods. Production methods already mean substitutions. Also, goods are abstracted. Fine cloth can be made out of a large amount of natural materials. This is true. Large amount of different types of dyes and stuff. I struggle with masonry prices, yet you get it so low. Well, I'm almost always building it in places that are going to have prod efficiency, but also something that you might not be doing is, you might not be... subsidizing all of them. I think that's because we've added some. But you should subsidize the masonry and the lumber mills. Favorite island? I don't know. Hawaii's nice. You mean in game? Japan, maybe? Every location should produce multiple RGOs at an efficiency, like specific coastal ones. Yeah, there should be like it should be like arable land. Like Vic 3 has like there are mineral resources here and there's arable land here. And then yeah, you should have multipliers if it's like farmland versus other stuff. They use farm buildings or mining camps to extract the resources. Yeah. Sicily is nice. Could just have a single RGO in odd places like steppes, but other places like Java have lumber and fruit in the same location. This would also make it less punishing for... Right now, as it stands, Europe has really, really nice location density. Let's actually show this off with the correct map mode. Look how many locations there are in the HRE. Just insane location density. Is there a way to... No, we can't show it off without all the country lines and this type of thing, but... and there's really, really big locations in other areas of the world, like, Sub-Saharan Africa is, like, the more standout one, but a lot of places you colonize. Look at this! Look at this! And this gives really nasty penalties in case of market access and institution spread. South America's also got pretty bad location size issues. Especially really far south. But if you made it so that they have like more arable land and like more mineral resources like per location, then you know it'd be interesting. Would you say that EU5 is worth picking up now? I don't think there's I think EU5 has improved, but it's not like a way different game than it was on release or something like this. Definitely think it's better. But if you were holding out for some sort of leaps and bound improvement, I would keep holding out, or this type of thing. But I definitely think it's gotten better. If you are getting it, though, and you want to support the channel, if you buy through Paradox's official store and use code GENERALIST in all caps at checkout, it doesn't give you a discount. You'll be emailed the code, so it's a little inconvenient, but it does send 12% of the sale my way. Also, other content creators have codes, so you could check around if there's someone you prefer to get it to. And then also, I think Paradox doesn't have to pay this 30% Steam fee when you do it through the store, so if you just wanted to support Paradox, it would make sense to buy it from their web store and not off of Steam. Opinions on Madagascar? It's got a lot of saffron. It's got jungle and tropical, so perma-low dev. China has huge locations, but far from the coast only, right? China has relatively small locations on the coast. Like the area of China that's been like more, I guess, historically significant. China's locations aren't even looking that big inland. You want to talk about in the north, they got giga huge ones, yeah, but... Oh my god. I hate that you can exit out to menu from, like, this UI. Only part that bugs me in South America? Man, I don't like that as an acronym. I like the area around Buenos Aires. They took, they look like EU4 provinces. I'll keep holding out until I upgrade my PC. Yeah, that's another one, is like system requirements are a vibe. EU5 is why I had to upgrade my PC. 3 more years on annexation on this guy. That's gonna be big for us. Alright, what were we doing? We were getting ready to declare war on this guy. Alright. Could have done that a little bit tighter, but I don't think it's gonna matter. We don't need this many camp followers. We don't need to pay for cannons. We don't need this many cannons again. Do want to make sure we're maxed out on the other stuff, though. Looks like the amount that we can hire has decreased slightly, but it's so close to like 1 unit per thing. Now that they've... So before we were getting like 4,000 or 5,000, now we're hiring less guys. Oh, shit. I didn't want to do that anyways. Whatever, it works. Actually, no, let's not do this. Because I think we don't want to hire from our own territory. I think we're also gonna bring in some... Well... Actually, we might be just want to hire... Just thinking like through whether or not we want to raise conscripts or we just want to hire more mercs. The thing is, I prefer the mercs, but there's... I don't like the process. The procedure. Shout out to Kramnik. Okay, well, now we do the procedure, yes? No one's gonna get that reference. No camp followers. The UI is funny looking. Okay, so 17,000 mercs. We have 2,500 regulars to go along with that. It's going to be 20,000 units. How much does Naples have? Or 2 Sicilies? A lot. We don't have to deal with any of the BS though. The BS being them having tribal levies and just absolutely like spanking us. I think we'll try and see if we can get things done with this amount of marks. And we have the option to use levies. If the Papal States has a sufficiently large commitment, that should be enough. And then... Should be a fairly straightforward one. I think we win. So let's have all these guys unite. Arborea loses. Let's slow things down a bit, too. What's wrong with SA? SA is also the acronym that gets used for... It's also screw Sam Altman. That's funny. SA is... You want to support Paradox? Sure, buddy. I mean, I'd prefer people use the code for me, but also, like... I would... If someone would rather give the money to Paradox than to me, and then they're giving it to me because they are unaware that they can effectively give it to Paradox, I would actually just rather they give it to Paradox, right? Like, I like money, but I prefer people being able to do what they want to do. You know? I would not want to, like, trick people into... And I think that that's, like, a pretty relevant way of looking at it, too. So... But also, yeah, SA, we want to get into why that's an acronym one might want to avoid on stream, or... Taiwan, good colony. I feel like you're getting at a question that you're asking me what the favorite island is and, like, this type of thing. Are you trying to ask me, like, if you were going to play an island nation, what's the best island nation to play? Is that, like, what you're asking me? Australia. Like, I don't know, this is a pretty good island, too. I assume you're not thinking about, well, actually, like, all the pops are here. So Majapahit, like, all the pops are here. A little bit of close. Like, if you want to play an island nation and I assume you're excluding, like, England, then, like, Japan's the best. Just find yourself a mod that completely gets rid of the Sengoku Jedi or something like that. These are also really nice islands. But, like, those are kind of, like, the better looking ones. Kramnik reference, the obscurity is delightful. The procedure, yes? We get a... Thank you for the 100 bits, Rock and Roll Jit. Much appreciated. Friendly reminder that if you want to support content, feel free to follow or subscribe. By no means required, but any support is greatly appreciated. This is true. Thank you so very much. The procedure. It's a Kramnik reference. Kramnik is a really, really strong chess player. Insanely strong chess player. He was world champion. Briefly, he dethroned the guy who's probably the best chess player of all time, although... in Garry Kasparov, you can make an argument for Magnus Carlsen, but okay. Kramnik is a really, really sore loser, and now what he does is he plays online versus other people, and whenever he loses, he accuses them of cheating. And when he does, he says, "Oh, we must now do the procedure, yes? There's clearly something fishy going on here." And then he blocks the guy and reports them for cheating whenever he loses. Which is, I think, really shit for his legacy, because I really like the way Kramnik plays chess. I like his playstyle. I think his strategy going into the World Championship with Kasparov, he kind of picked a very, very strong strategy, executed it well. During that, like, 1 or 2 year stint, Kramnik looked really, really good. But then this is just, like, nonsense. He's just, like, he's just whinging because, people are beating him, basically. And, Also, like, I tend to think that people who accuse other people of cheating, not like to, I know you are, but what am I? But I think generally speaking, they're, like, if someone is a cheater themselves, they're much more likely to accuse other people of cheating, so it always makes me a little suspect when someone, like, defaults to accusing others of cheating. If that makes sense. Like, I'm just like... Everything alright there, bud? Or what are we doing here? What's going on? You know? Don't abbreviate South Africa, yeah. Yeah. Taiwan is an amazing colony if you plan on selling potatoes to the Chinese. That's one big island. It's very big. Okay, so we can kind of get everything linked up here now. Do we want to peel anything off of Austria? I don't think we really are interested in taking land off of Austria. Is it part of Italy? Oh. But we could be. I think actually we are into it. In the form of a subject who can give us claims. Who's all in this war? What? Okay. God, I forget we have this random subject out here. Is this even ours? You have claims? No. Yeah, yeah, okay, I went to Urban Dictionary, my bad, was just being dumb at ESL. I mean, what's the, like, joke, the we are not the same, I talk in English because, you speak in English because this is the only language you know. I speak in English because it's the only language you know. I do not speak multiple languages, so... When you're talking multiple languages, then generally that's a sign you're a bit smarter. All other things equal. I don't think number of languages known is, like, that great a metric of intelligence, though. I think there's, like, a correlation, but it's not, like, a be-all, end-all type of level of correlation. So we're gonna go after Naples. Maybe there's an argument to going after Austria, but I think Milan's just gonna handle Austria for us. We still... God damn. We want to not be Diplo-hegemon. We would like to not. Playing Australia is the only reason I want custom nations. Having a nation starting in Australia would be kind of sick. Kramnik not such a nice guy these days. Also a bit of a character and not exactly a nice guy. Yeah, I mean, Kramnik's is kind of a tool bag. I don't know, when people are, like, ridiculously competent at stuff, I don't want to say, like, I give them a pass, but, like, I think it's possible to, like, compartmentalize and still have, like, a lot of respect for Kramnik, because he was so good at chess. But now we do the procedure, huh? Like, Tom Cruise seems like a guy that I would not want to hang out with, and I think he's, like, not a good guy, but boy is he really good at acting. Now he's kind of boring, though, because he just plays the same character. Rip Naroditsky? Yeah, that's so fucking sad, dude. Naroditsky was a chess, like, a strong chess grandmaster slash one of, like, the bigger chess content creators, and he died, like, I think in his early 30s. He might not even made it to 30. It was rough. Didn't an American chess player commit suicide because that guy, or unalive himself? So, gotta do the procedure for YouTube. No, I think it was like some accident type thing. I forget exactly how Naroditsky died, but I don't think he did that. Yeah. The thief, everyone steals kind of thing? Yeah, exactly. Okay. Whoa, we didn't even mean to do that. But sure. What was this? We have one heavy and a bunch of transports? We win. We beat that, yeah? Surely. The Italian Wars. The die has been cast. War has come to Italy. The banners of foreign conquerors flock to usurp. Here. I think I want a little bit of a save file here. In case I want to reference this in a video or something. We often don't use these save files, but I think it's good practice to make them. YouTube chat getting neglected for Twitch? Gather the pitchforks? No, it's just you're both getting neglected. This is the truth. Why not embrace institution? Because we're not going to go for the text, but honestly, the stab is probably worth less than the research speed bonus. As you embrace institutions, it also increases your cost of court cost, if I recall correctly. Where's the economic base? Yeah, the number of subjects and institutions increased also increases it. So your cost of court goes up. Or sorry, your economic base goes up as you embrace more institutions. It's pretty minor. You're probably pretty okay with getting the research speed, but also eventually you get the institution no matter what anyways, as it just spreads to you. And the thing is, we're not... using New World tech right now. Foreign countries may create their foreign leagues. Rival and war enemies of war leaders may intervene and assist. Leaders of each league gain access to dissolve league treaty. The die has been cast. Let's see how it has been cast. How the fuck are we not our own league? What is this? We primary chat? What you talking about? Influence nation, a handy way to prevent coalitions. That's fair. My senior year roommate in college was from Russia. Once I got down to not speaking for a second language, and she replied, yeah, but you speak English better than most people. It's another way to look at it, though. I mean, I'm really good at understanding English, but that's like, I can kind of speak a couple other languages in a very, very rudimentary way, but like, I mean, I'm talking about like, I can order stuff at a restaurant, and I know how to ask to go to the bathroom type of things. Daniel was the man, one of the better tournament commentators, I agree. That's how Daniel died. The last moments, he had received more bullying online from Kramnik after he had attacked Daniel for years. He references in the last stream, 24 hours rip. Did he really unalive himself? God, that fucking... Yeah, I mean, Kramnik, really good chess player, seems like a shitty person. Doing well, keeping up with chat, and was still progressing the game, noticeably better than past streams. Trying to keep the speed up. This stream's actually been a little slow, but that's because we had to super focus up on the first war here. It feels so silly that we are not our own league. So I guess we're going to Where's the treaty to dissolve their league? Do we have to use the Italian Wars thing? This feels so scuffed, man. So, how bad are we damaged? Not too bad. Isn't research speed worth nearly any amount of money? Not really. Because I don't think in most games you can just keep researching all the way through. In EU5 you get like stopped by ages basically, and you research all the best tech really fast, and then you can't research any, like, then the value of research decreases as time goes on until the next age hits. And you functionally get all the research you want, so it's about getting the research earlier, but most of your power spike potential is just coming from the age turning and coming from the institution spreading to you. So a lot of the normal kind of ways of looking at games where research speed is really valuable, I think don't quite apply to EU5. I think research speed in EU5 in general is a lot weaker, especially because you get all the really good techs anyways. Like, you get to the point where you're just, like, researching trash techs at the very end of the age. And so I think it's worth a lot less than other games where it's typically very, very valuable. It's still valuable, but, like, because you're a war, you can still become a league. It says that there's a limit of 3. You need to destroy the other Italian leagues. Yeah. We're just gonna need to straight up annex one of these other guys, because apparently we can't dismantle the league either. God. That's so silly. We're by far the strongest power in Italy. They ruled it accidental, but he had dregs in his system and labeled contributory. You could probably even do it this war unless it's blocked out of the situation started after war began. I mean, I didn't see... What category is it in? I didn't see it as one of the treaties. So I think we're just going to take a bunch of land, but... Do we have to return all of it? Yeah, that's fair enough. How much claims does this have? Okay, fair enough. Why can we liberate Sicily from 2 Sicilies if we can't release Sicily from 2 Sicilies? Oh, because they don't have cores everywhere anymore. Huh. So I guess we want that. Not sure what else we'll grab. I guess this is kind of our starting... Well, actually, I'm sure we'll grab Naples. Excuse me, considering the situation. Where he has, like, no control there. I feel like English has very complex words because they're created in, they're created first in English, so it makes it so that complex words in my mother language fall deuse or blatant copy of those in English? Not sure what you mean. I've been learning Japanese in my free time for a little over a year, and it's a bit sad how many English loanwords there are. I think that's like a product of it being like the international language. For a long time, like French was the international language, and I think English has a lot of like mainstay, like from 1700 to like 1900 or something like this. English has a lot of like borrow words from French. You could also join one of the leagues and get a CB to take leadership. Oh, interesting. So you could have 3 Sicilies? Not like this. Naples is such a better location than Rome, and that bothers me. Was Rome, like, a bad harbor, historically speaking? I think we can't assault. We breached it. It's all mercs. I haven't assaulted in forever. We're gonna see if this works. Holy, that spectacularly did not work. That was... okay. That was a vibe. We just buzzsawed all of our mercs for nothing. Absolutely incredible. There was a breach there, too. That's crazy. Alright, well, do we need to merc up more now as a consequence? We might need to work up again as a consequence. God, that's so stupid. That went just so ungodly poorly. Can Milan not handle this guy? Rome is fairly inland. Okay. Civitavecchia is the port. There's a smaller port as the main close to it. Blockade Naples, yeah. Rome is not a coastal city, yeah. Alright. Yeah, I mean, the geography just super favors not using Rome. Was the timber shipworthy? Yeah. There should really be hardwood. If like another good gets accessed, it probably should be hardwood. We're grabbing food. Killed out around 50 to 1 for Garrison Whelp. Yeah, I haven't done assaults in forever, but I remembered it just like seeming hard not viable, and that is pretty much confirmed there. Which is like maybe a little bit silly. Like it's not even... We had a breach. It's not like we... I think, like, that's what should happen if you don't have a breach, but... whatever. They're reworking sieges. I prefer a bias towards, like, sieges being, like, shitty, but just, like... with those types of numbers, we, like, shouldn't even have the button. Or, like, it's like a strict noob trap to assault. Because that's just a regular level 2 fort. We also maybe get waxed now. By this guy. Depending on what he wants to do. Noble colonization. Is there a plutocracy trend? Okay, we could use that to max out plutocracy. Because we get to 0.91 and then we just add some ourselves. I think we just go for this. A little bit of extra pop growth. If we can pass it, looks like we won't. Shame. Alright. We're just gonna host another parliament, but... Is there a way? I don't think the clergy's strong enough. Yeah. Oh, how the fuck do we get a bunch of support? Did our base support just not tick in yet? Alright, well then this works. I think we just pass this and call another parliament. On the... Yeah. You expect historical accuracy in the Paradox game? Just look at the province names. I think they do a decent job considering there's over 20,000 of them. To be honest. I want to say that you don't need to learn English to speak English in most languages. I always find it easier to write or debate more complex topics in English, and that makes me a bit sad in a weird way. Wait, it's easier for you to do it in your second language? That's crazy. Assault is near impossible with mercs. I think success is more likely that the less morale damage you... or success is more likely the less morale damage it takes. I think we burned, like, all of our infantry mercs, basically, in that. Alright, they're going for it. We'll come help out and then come back. Oh, it's just gonna be over before we get there. Just kidding. Why is it not? Okay. Okay, we could probably speed things up slightly. Would take moving Naples Market inside the heel of the boot be better for covering Sicily and parts of Albania while still having the heel of the boot, like down here? I don't know about that. I think I'm down with the idea of moving it. I just don't know to where exactly. They've added a lot of regional dialect names for locations too, which is pretty impressive. Yeah, I think the most impressive stuff they've done is like having this many like names for different locations and like having over 20,000 locations. Like easily the sheer volume of locations and granularity is like the most impressive thing about EU5. A little bit of a bummer this isn't the capital, but... Time to pick up some food again. Very nice that they haven't landed this sneakily and reclaimed it, which would be annoying. We hate it when they're sneaky. I think we just don't have to deal with taking Austria's... Or we want to take a little bit of Austria's land, but we don't have to deal with the annoying part if we do it like that. Is there not... No, Spoletto's over there. I was like thinking, is there not like a Spoleto releasable? There's not. What are we looking at here? I mean, we're gonna accept Neapolitan. Trying to think. Oh, maybe we don't want to take this much land? I think our alliances are going to fall apart once we're a new faction on our own, but we're not doing that just quite yet. Can our ruler also finally die? That'd be okay. Do we have any doctors in the house? Prolonging his life? Can we get rid of them? How important is we keep this down? We're gonna lose all of our subjects, or we're gonna lose all of our allies anyways. When the fuck did we start fighting Hungary? I don't remember this. $75,000, so we could... To be fair, we have 100% of our levies. We haven't used them all at all. So we can beat them back pretty easily with levies. But... maybe that's not the way we want to approach this. This is kind of what we want. So we can link up this area. Make history a little bit better. I don't know what we need to do in order to get that. I suppose... let's sit back and see if we can win a couple battles. Oh, I forgot we gotta click all the buttons. Who could forget clicking all the buttons? Oh, we should have done this instead of the commoner's button. The dummy button's just completely free. Alright. Pisa. I think we're gonna give you paper printing rights. We don't have the book one yet. So check if we have something that we wanted to hand out that we couldn't for whatever reason. Like, we already got our humanist push. So, clergy and administration, like, now we're into, I think. So that'll be good. And then we can click through on this again. You start fighting Hungary when you run out of food. Big true. Pisa. Pisa what? I have a list of fixed provinces I always change once I get land. The land. That's a bit of a thing. Vroom, 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 vroom. ZS with a loud car outside. The hardest of Archibalds. Thank you for the gifted sub. Much appreciated, my guy. Or Archibald. One of my favorite characters in a movie I like a lot is named Archibald. In Rock and Rolla, Guy Ritchie movie. Names in Southeast Asia are messed up. Example, I'll have to redo Taiwan. Well, there might be other reasons why Taiwan might be misnamed. Beyond clerical errors. But now we can call an emergency parliament. Trying to see which one of these... War taxes. Tax efficiency for 10 years for, like, nothing. Oh, this is gonna be good for us. Okay, so that's where the 22 support came from. It came from a bunch of random stuff. But humanist... We get over 50 humanists. Hell yeah, brother. Love to see it. I think we'd rather get the tax efficiency than anything else, so that's probably going to be where we're at with this parliament. Yeah, this is looking good. Looking good in the neighborhood. No possible, not even remotely close. Actually, to getting waxed. Ooh, okay. This still doesn't make Naples even mad, because we have so much improved relations with Naples to overcome the antag. Just like trying to eyeball it, yeah, okay. We have a bunch of returns and then this. So this should work. For our piece. Do we win that? Looks maybe not good for us. So let's double check. Can we can join a league. We cannot make a league. I don't know how these mechanics work. I think we're going to take a quick save here, and then try and see if we can join a league and then take over it. Or something like this. Okay, I think we're most stronger than the Pope, man. And then what happens here? Okay, minus 25%. So do we not have this before and then we get it? Let's peel off a month, but we're probably reloading. Because I don't think there's a way for us to take... I don't know if there's a way for us to take over the league. We should be able to. I followed your YouTube Ottomans playthrough, started my own, hit 1500, nearly annexed the Mamluks. Just one more war. Very nice. Any suggestions on where to move naval governor once I connect my land? I think it's silly that connecting your land breaks your naval governor. I think naval governors should just have to be on the coast. So what I would do is I would install a mod and use a mod for that purpose. However, if that's not what you want to do, then I would intentionally release these two provinces. Oh, well, we accidentally swapped nations. Wait, why did I wasn't holding down control? I'd intentionally release these two provinces or have these two provinces be a subject and then release them and just not connect it. That way we could use a naval governor. This is just going to be an independent nation now. That is how I would handle that. Yeah, I think we're going to reload. Unless it feels like there's a way to take over. But I'm not seeing one. So we're just going to have to annex someone to make a league. God. We are so not prepared for that. They must have intervened in the war. Oh, yeah, with the situation. That makes sense. When do we get a ranking of parliament types? Of types of parliaments or debates? Join Milan and then attack them for leadership? I think you automatically take over if you have the highest tax base. Secure Italy is just Italian, generic Italian war CB. And are you allied with the Papal States? We are. Secure Italy CB also works like the Restore Rome CB, where you don't get ticking war score unless you siege all the regions in Italy. Oh, that seems lame. You guys are saying we could take over the thing from Milan. You automatically take over if you're the highest tax base. It didn't seem like we automatically took over. We're much higher tax base than... Like, it's not even remotely close. We're much higher than Italy. Not sure you could do it with an ally that leads the league. Well, wouldn't we want to do it with two Sicilies, then? We have a much bigger tax base than two Sicilies. Truce in effect. We have a save. We can just reload again. I don't know how this works. So this is not something that I feel like I'm save scumming. I feel like I'm trying to get information. You can also reload. Yeah. That's almost victory. But we don't see it changing. Okay, so maybe need to have bigger tax base, not be allied. Either way, you have 50 years to resolve it. I mostly led the league, so this is always theory. Yeah, I mean, I think it's stupid that we didn't get our own league, considering we own more locations in Italy than anyone else. Wiki seems to have been updated based on what it says about, so I'm inclined to believe the interaction exists. You need 50% strength. So we need to not be allies with them. I'm just trying to figure out how this works. Can't you create a new league? Not as long as there's at least 3 Italian leagues, which there are. Have at least 50% of the strength of the leader. To take over, or to declare war on them to take over? Requirements: at peace, not bankrupt, member of an Italian league, not leader of the Italian league, have at least 50% of the strength of the leader. Well, then in theory, we would want to just take over the first Italian one from... There's nothing in there that says truce. I showed up in time just for the part of Italy I dislike the most. I got all the Italian achievements. So currently, if someone knows exactly how this works... Currently our issue is we are not the leader of one of the factions in the Italian wars. And we cannot create a league because there's already 3 leagues. So what do we do? And if we could just take over the first league from 2 Sicilies, this would be fantastic. I believe you need to dissolve to create a league. Yeah, so I don't think... option 1 is we annex one of these guys and then just make a league. Rocket Roll Jew's talking about how we could possibly take over a league, but I don't know how this mechanic works. He's saying at peace, etc., and then the final requirement, have at least 50% of the strength of the leader. But I think that we're stronger than the leader. Gotta be the biggest guy in the pool, from the way I understand it. Fight a league war and enforce disband league. We cannot start a league war unless we're in a league. Do leagues have an organization screen? Maybe in there? Maybe. Can't you just fight the leader in a regular war and just do it? Well, we didn't see it as one of the peace options against 2 Sicilies just now, so it doesn't seem like it. I guess you have to join one. We're also disincentivized from creating subjects right now. At least in Italy, I think. Join and check. Yeah, so I guess if we took over one, we'd maybe want to take over... I mean, we'd want to take over the Two Sicilies one because it's the biggest. Alright. Does this... we just beat the shit out of him, then we get to do this again? Hey, we don't take a stab hit! Let's go! Let's go! Alright. Does pull these guys back in. Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in. As winning battles. Oh, do we pull our allies in too? Bro, sick. Righteous. Just gonna continue to hire people from the outside. Nope, not from Tambov. Alright. Serbia, I don't think we're getting stuff from anytime soon, so... we maybe want the cannons? Alright, we'll see how this shakes out. It's kind of a weird way of doing it. It doesn't look like... okay, so... it's just us in this. They're actually not in the war with us. Going up to 28,000 plus 4,000 from levies. So we just gotta win some battles and then we just want to claim leadership and war reparations or something. Alright, so this has book output. And that is auto upgrading. Fantastic. Do we not have the thing where it'll actually auto upgrade? Let's see if we can change that. Okay, we set our discount a little bit too strenuous, maybe. Okay, we can still march through the Papal States. I think Austria is going to have more of the battles for us, and Hungary as well. Access actions. I think we can declare on them, right? I don't think I've used the threaten for... access before. Can't you call in the Pope? It doesn't look like I could call him. This seems to be not that type of war. Stab hit is backstabbing all the way. You take lots of locations from them to finish the situation. What does the CB look like in terms of cost reduction to taking their land? I mean, we have to get so much war score just to take over the thing. We actually maybe should... Maybe we're not even supposed to do it on them. We're supposed to, like, do it on... Papal States or something like this, where we take a bunch of their land and then take over. Because I imagine Two Sicilies leaves after we take over. But we need, like, actual just one province of access. It's like 40% war score, 50%. You have more population and much more economy than I did when I won Italian wars. You should have this in the bag with a little bit of violence. Yeah, I mean, if these guys stay in the league, this should be really straightforward, but I'm not sure they'll stay in the league. How do we get over there, man? I know there's like a violate sovereignty thing. Do slaves promote popularly? I keep slave rating, but all the slaves move around as part of the trade. I don't see any of them promoting to peasants. They do. 200 locations is a lot if you've expanded, especially with truce timers at 15 years. Doesn't matter who stays in the league as long as total provinces add up. Well, but it's we have like 180 provinces if Two Sicilies stays in. You need to be a GP to violate sovereignty. It says we're a GP. I mean, we have this. We are a GP. We don't see the CB. We asked for access. I thought if you asked for access, you would get the CB. Oh, maybe we have to use this part of the UI? We have a good CB on them anyways. Can't start with levies raised is so sad. Alright. Let's gather another mercenary army, actually. So we didn't even need to do kind of what we did there. We have 3 heavies. It's quite a bit. Only military hedge can violate. Secure Italy CB is solid, especially because he can fabricate on anyone in Italy. Yeah. Anything we could do here? We can maybe get enough to... It's unlikely we get enough. Well, we can maybe contain New World. Oh, I don't want to give up the research progress for the tax. Oh well. Does this guy not want to give us access? Is this enough for us to pass through? It is. I'm just gonna grab this real quick. And have a go at them here. Kind of rough on the morale. I was hoping that the food situation would get a little bit better. But we have all regulars / mercs, and they have a bunch of nonsense, so... should be good for us. We can go and unsiege this. And get some food. I don't think we want the cap economy push, but I think we prefer alum. I mean, we urbanize this anyways. Yeah, okay. I think we're kind of safe enough to do this, but if we get waxed by 2 stacks, it's going to be rough for us. Or there's a world where they have like 2 stacks and it's rough. Gotta make sure we keep guys loyal as well. Playing as Biz, Greek culture seems pretty weak. It offers almost nothing. Yeah. I think Greek culture is relatively weak. I don't know if you need it for your content for your religion, but the religion is insane. And if that requires that you be Greek, you absolutely like want to stay Greek. Alright, we're looking for a guy who's not Tuscan. We don't want Venetian either, so we'll just grab the oldest guy then. 56? 63? Ah, this guy's kind of nice. Alright. We'll put him in charge of the Navy, though, so he's more likely to die. I think we're gonna levy up a little bit to deal with the regulars here and siege Venice. Is that really gonna be cheaper than that? Actually, kind of don't like architects. Let's do that. We're losing this war kind of bad. Or not super bad, but I would have thought we would be winning it. Considering we waxed a big fat stack of their guys. Greek culture gives you free cores on Western Anatolia game start, that's about it. As busy you play Lombard or Armenian, just shop around for cool cultures. Lombard's pretty good. I think that what we're planning on flipping to 1,000,000 is better, but we'll never go Turk. Turk is probably better, but where are these guys? They're visually not where they are. Okay. Guys had siege-looking things. What is +2? So I think we go for the 15k stack instead. Oh my god, there's more. Pontus. We must begin the procedure. Central Poland. Surely if Central Poland guys are hireable, they're hireable here. Also, you just get to see that the AI just researches every single mill tech with the way that the available mercs look. So we should be in pretty good shape considering just how many... We actually were probably just over grabbing guys, to be honest. There's probably too many mercs, but we don't want to get in trouble like we did before. Stuff being contiguous is a little bit helpful on that front, though. So, and we're gonna get to blitz these guys down in the south. I think this is good for us. +0. Ton of mercs. Versus like all levies. We have cav, they don't. We have a decent chunk of cav. Their guys are on the move. This is just eviscerated. All cav is just gonna get tons of flanking damage. So it looks like they are done here. And we maybe get attacked here. No, we don't. But isn't this... What's the war score? No one's won enough battles. Got it. But they've occupied some of our land. Fair. Does Tuscany have 0 troops? Or sorry, does Two Sicilies have 0 troops? They have like 10k. That's it. So we maybe use these guys to siege, because we noticed our subject kind of being successful in sieging here. What's this? This is, yeah. Put a guy in charge there and try and forget about it. Pick up some food here. He makes the mistake. We'll come here so we can supply ourselves with food. Come back. And Tua annexed. Kinda not sure we like the timing, but alright. That means whatever Mantua's troops that were on the board are now off the board. Come on. Not enough food gained. Should be able to pull food from here. We need to pull more food though. All this stuff becomes core, so we have to take a little bit of a look at that. What's our proximity look like? Pretty solid. Up here. I think that Genova we might pull our naval gov off Genova and put it in Naples. Let's actually do that. Actually, do we have 2 naval govs? No, we don't. But we're getting another one soon. I guess when we get it, we can put it in Geneva, huh? Wow, that really wasn't enough food to get our... whatever. I think we could just send like this and this works. They're like all infantry. We are eating some morale routes, but it seems fine enough. Can we automate this? Would gladly pay gold for that, so the event is like always good. Need above 10 war score from battles. We only have 7.4 here. So much glass output from Venice. Actually now a valuable good. It is very nice. Padua is mutual exclusive with Lombard dev advances, but not with Emilian. So stupid. It doesn't say anywhere. It does say anywhere. Or it does say it on one of the two. It says that they're mutually exclusive. I forget which one though. Let's have those guys come around and grab that. Maybe that'll work for food for us. See the AK stack? I think the AK stack just waxes us. Ooh, I don't know if we win this. God, that's silly. Okay, for a second I thought we lost our 18k stack. I was like, not about that. Is this not? Oh, God. When you take it off of naval logistics, it like stops doing the other things. Guess we're just gonna let these guys die. $27k. I don't know if we win this, brother. When did our general die? Holy. I think we beat the 27k. Oh, rough. Rough. Not what we wanted. God, why'd that give them so much war score? What the shit, dude? We just like won a ton of battles in a row, and then we lose one battle with like just levies, and we get completely waxed on the war score. They won anything? We don't want anything off of Hungary, so us white piecing Hungary is maybe going to be how some of this shakes out. What type of artist is this? He's not an artist. This is a condottiere. I don't think his expertise was that substantive. I hope this 15k is enough into his, you unfortunately get an overstack on the right flank. We're failing in the center. And we can't reinforce very well in the center. We're doing enough to keep flanking damage from becoming a factor. Now failing on the left flank. And we just have super overstacked right. Damn, damn, damn. Well, that solves our food problem. Guys are hiring archers, but it's better than nothing. What's the damage now? I feel like we just hired these guys. Yeah, that there's like a minimum of one just effectively makes it so that the mercs getting depleted is just like not a thing. Westphalia probably will hire decently well. Yeah, we'll just hire another 16k. Do they have access through these other guys is maybe the question. I don't even know where Lower Dawn is. Burgundy is going to be good for us, though. Well, Burgundy's got tier 3 guys. Hot damn. That works for us. Where's their new capital? Right down here. It was their capital before, when we took it initially. Alright, that works. Oh, 9k. Okay, we're ready to march. So when we absolutely wax this stack, unfortunately, I don't think we're going to get that much war score. I think we're planning on full annexing these guys. Because we get all their subjects. It's hella antag. We're gonna lose all of our allies. unfortunately get super overstacked, but I don't think it matters. We set you to automate now. Yeah, only 6% on the war score. Oh, this may be a silly way that we're approaching this war. Trying to fight over here. We should just try and find and kill Maple Stack. Yeah, I feel silly. Instead of trying to find and kill, like, Hungary and... Because we're not even trying to separate piece these guys or whatever. Let's just move it on over. This game was not designed with stacking modifiers from multiple nations in mind, but the dev caved to EU4 modifier stacking crowd because nothing gets done properly. Well, part of it was also just like logistically it seemed like it was a pain to like remove all the modifiers from the previous nation and add them all to the next one, and it would have been like one of the issues was with the formables and this type of thing. But yeah, I mean, I modifier stacking and multiple nation chain formation is something that I did not like from EU4, and it was a reason I stopped playing EU4. So, I wasn't exactly thrilled when it came up. I think we have too much burger power. Our burgers are really powerful. What is this bonus even? Stability decay? Yeah, that's good enough too. Yeah, so we want to take out that 7k stack, basically. And here we're just gonna... We're planning on full annexing them. But I think we want to... Gives ourselves a little bit of room first. To not have this big a thing. And to be fair, it won't be this big. Because we will have a guy doing the Diplo thing. Quinine and Aragon, cool. How about you? Are you okay with peace? No. You have some occupation, my friend. Wait, why is Hungary primary negotiator? I'm gonna save in case something's weird because they have like a union and we need Hungary in the war to like get that to enforce properly. Also canonize for a little extra Diplo rep from Prestige. Oh, baby. Yeah, so... That is true. We have a bunch of influence now anyways. Wait, what? Oh, that's so weird. You have to wait a tick. Okay, now we have a bunch of this. Oh, is Christian just good? Is Catholic finally good because it gives you a bunch of free stuff you can use? Journalist has lost his mind. He's been streaming too long. Someone get him away from the computer. There's perhaps a world where some of these we want to actually give the harbor one, so we have to try and keep an eye out for that. But I think we're going to give out another paper one. And do some of that. Okay, so we have a few granary rights to give out as well. Oh, we've given both of these that. Do we like weapons here? Just because we have the lead? It's an interesting idea. They make like no money. Alright, fair enough. Oh, I wish my hotkey wasn't bricked. It's like bricked like half the time. Alright, we don't want that one anyways, actually, so let's get rid of it. So this one we might want the harbor capacity. This one also maybe we want the harbor capacity. I think either way we want the granary rights. Oh, we also have all these. Shoot. What did the AI do to you? We had a bunch of buildings get built in these places too. Yeah, I hate to see it. Mantua's got a shitload of buildings though. And paper plays well in these types of areas. What's the damage? Alright, let's do that and then add the paper rights. Something like this. Feels bad, man. Oh, I don't think I meant to do it on Parma. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. I'm okay. It's fine. It's fine. No need to panic. It's fine. Here we want it because we have the dev modifiers. I think any place that's a farmland, you just kind of want to urbanize, so... So many pops there. I think we wanted to leave it. There goes our governor. But that does free up us to put a local governor here, and then the naval governor from Naples. For now. God, are we supposed to downsize Naples too? Jesus. The horror, it never ends. We don't even have any more Republican tradition anyways here, though. So I guess we're okay with what we have. God, that's so disruptive, man. Like, completely forgotten what we're doing. Do we have a good way of losing one of our hegemonies? We really don't want to be diplomatic hedge. It's giving us so much additional antagonism. Let's catch up on chat. People said 70 pop can probably megalopolis and then move the capital back. Oh yeah, maybe. Game knows... When the fun of playing Granada and restoring Andalus is taken away because Morocco conquering Iberia, converting Catholicism, forming Spain, and then becoming a theocracy, and then converting back to Sunni is optimal, there's an issue. I don't see the problem with any of that. What do you recommend automating to a new player? Trade. Trade's like the really nice one to automate. Everything else, I think, you kind of want to do. So we could tank our prestige intentionally to lower our Diplo rep to lose hegemon. God, this is such a stupid thing. subjects are probably gonna start getting kind of strong relative to us. I think we're generally pretty cool with rivaling people who have already rivaled us. I think my rivalry strategy is probably underwhelming, though. I need to take a look at that. Need to look at the schematics. Yeah, I think we're into some trade capacity. Higher merc premium cost, considering we're just hiring a bunch of mercs in these wars, maybe something that's going to be good as well. We're not exactly super leaning on these guys, but we do want lancers, regular lancers, so let's maybe do that. They're not amenable to peace. So it looks like we're baiting them out here. So our battle should happen first. They should get super wiped. Super wiped. Croatia, we want to get out. Some people change disposition, that's okay. Salzburg, we also kind of want out. Could do Diplo Core. Actually, let's leave this on Diplo Endeavors so we can improve relations faster. And then actually full spend. Let's clear this shit out. And then I think we just have to win some sieges, and then we should be in good shape. Let's go heal these guys up. So we want to claim Italian leadership. We might grab some land too, but it's kind of a little bit funny with the coalition. I think Milan and stuff are very likely to break alliance with us. Move this up here to have a different spot where we get this minus 0.03 antagonism, but it's very small. Used to get so much antagonism reduction from captured guys. Used to be real big. France is indifferent. If they stay in, I think we just are gonna win. Let's actually create a save, because I think we're gonna actually basically leapfrog the situation. Didn't realize being oversupply increased food consumption penalty. It does up to a limit, yeah. Should be blockading their capital, true. We do want this to repair, though. Nothing's too damaged. When I first started playing, I executed all my prisoners. Holy cow, that was a mistake. Yeah, that's like the worst thing you can do. It's nice when you have slavery and you can just take them as slaves, but we do not have slavery, so we can't. Might have to deal with a coalition war. I kind of don't want to, but that'll be what it is. These guys are alarmed. Friendly. This is until we're in a different league than them, though. Because right now we have no league. We are leagueless. I think we kind of want the extra governor here as well. Right, the burgers is also going to be good. Probably better than the governor, even. Where's the... Did they move where the governor's at? Oh, it's right here. I'm not sure which is better first. But it looks like Austria can't get to us anyways. France is freaking caked up. What's France's antagonist? Holy shit. Okay. Okay. I see you. This is Italian Wars. I think we tell him to eat rocks. Or use, sorry, eat shit or kick rocks. Yep, that's France, alright. Is there any argument here for helping them? I guess we get to keep our alliance with them. We get to keep generating favors. But I'm not entirely sure how much we want the alliance, considering the Italian war situation. We currently are sitting on a very high number of locations, though. Here, let's find the location. We have 113 locations, and our subjects have locations in Italy. And so, there's a war between the league leaders. But 113 plus this, we'll have 184 locations. Maybe there's a world where eat rocks and kick shit. Yeah, there we go. Just thinking here. Actually have to use the restroom, so we'll think about this, but I'm not sure. I think we want to tell them to kick rocks, though. I think that the usefulness of that alliance is up. I guess if we could diplomatically pull them into our league, it would matter, but the thing is they're a league leader, so I don't think we can. Do you try the roguelite mod that came out? I have not seen this. I think we just decline. God, this feels so bad. They've been so useful for so long, but I actually don't even know how Castile even has military access there. They would gain access through us. Maybe we could invite Milan to our league? I don't think we can. Crying in shower cam? Yeah, we gotta figure out what we want to do for crying in the shower. I think that... So for those of you who don't know, we were running a poll on YouTube in the community section, which we often do. And almost always we have a joke answer as the last answer for a couple reasons. One, this it gives people an opportunity to engage if they want to. And two, generally speaking, if people vote for... Oops. If a lot of people are voting for the joke answer, then we can infer that people don't actually have a strong feeling about the other ones. And we ran this poll, and normally the joke answer does not win by this large a margin. Usually when it does, we try and do something, so we might have to cry in the shower. And I'm gonna be honest, I did not consider what crying in the shower entailed before I made that poll. I didn't think about the consequences of my actions. I voted shower, I demand shower, yeah. Pretty much zeroes out the advances while having you roll bonuses. Keep in mind, attention will nullify all truces when it hits 100. Yeah, I think we're just gonna decline. Yikes. I like river map mode I feel like river map mode used to win everything by a landslide, but river map mode's not in action. Maybe we need a river map mode ship post, actually. I had a river map mode ship post in mind, but I never made it. Maybe we should make that. That way we avoid shower stream, let's go. Not like this. I could get a green screen, and then we could make a shower thing. God, this seems so silly. Fight him and the Iberian League, uwu. Dismantled. Alright. Quickly turned, huh? Huh? Claim Italian leadership. Could maybe even push just for more damage. Given we're in the soft underbelly at this point. No more forts to deal with. Let's, stop auto-rehiring the Berks at this point as well. Don't think we're really adding new people to the coalition with this. I think this is fine. Looks fine. Oh, did we grab the wrong location? That's a lot of battles. Oh no. Endless battles? Yeah, it was. I'm gonna save, like, if we're exactly, like, one short of winning the Italian wars, we're gonna, like, do a different peace deal here. But I don't want to count every single location we have and every location our subjects have and do that song and dance, so we're just gonna do this. And then if the locations are just slightly off and we would have, it's a meaningful difference, we'll reload over it rather than spending all of our time counting. So, let's do it. All right, so dissolve our league. 174, but all of our subjects should join, no? I feel like we have more than 174 locations. Medici, Padua. We need 13 more. We get any subjects joining? So would we... Oh, we don't get... I'm a silly Billy. We can't just take more off of Two Sicilies because Two Sicilies stayed in our thing. Two Sicilies stayed in our league. So obviously that doesn't fucking work. Yeah, okay. Silly Billy indeed. Alright, we're gonna need to start building barks. Weird how barks have just kind of gotten a lot worse than they used to be. Actually, let's get these repaired up. I don't think our barks were damaged. Oh, it looks like our barks are damaged. That's fine. It's fine enough. Tensions are high. How are we already a participant? We aren't a dog. What's going on here? We need 13 more locations. Influence nations. Not what we want. We want to not do this. Or defense league. Is there not an invite to Italian league? Or is it just not visible because we don't have anyone who would be willing to accept? I'm guessing it's the latter. Ottomans getting it in there. Crushing Athens. Ottomans and France are going to be like raid bosses here. This is very exciting. Who is this the subject of? Fiefdom of the Crown of Aragon. How many locations we need? 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13. Milan. I kind of don't want to fight England. I guess we should have checked before we rehired all those mercs, huh? I mean, this is exactly what we need. They're getting spanked by Castile right now. I think we could just swoop in there, to be honest. What do you have in terms of boats? Should be manageable. Okay, so it's mainly that we're gonna have to fight Milan. Okay, I guess we get in position for that. Which we could definitely peel off enough locations if we were doing that. Okay. And we want to occupy this before they gain locations in Italy, I suppose. Yeah, alright. I think we just want to deck it. And then, Mamma Mia! Use favors to call this guy in before he intervenes. And he can help us deal with the Milanese. Or, alternatively, even better, deal with the Milanese for us. Yeah, there we go. Because he will hire a ton of mercs and actually get in it. I think that he just... I think Papal States probably just wins. Not 100% sure on that. We'll just hire a little bit of extra. Wait, what are the Ottomans doing here? Jesus. They're slanging is what they're doing. Alright, fair. Sometimes you just gotta slang it. "25% trade capacity. How much are we getting per trade cap right now?" Oh, Jesus. We're making so much trade profit. What's our trade income look like? God, that's disgusting. Okay. So, ideally, or now we occupy this, so Aragon can't give that up in a war. Do we want to... These forts are coming in kind of clutch. Where are we in terms of research? I don't think we're right on top of... Oh, we are on higher market costs. Okay, Thunderdome is starting. Alright, alright, alright. Let's... Let's just merc up a bit. I think we're gonna need to. I think this is not going to be the end of things. If that's what's going on. Oh, if Two Sicilies gives up lands to the Ottomans, it's bad for us. I just realized. Alright. This should be okay for us. Let's get more armories, though. Alright. Alright, if we have above 90 control... We have above 90 control in a location, we're mass building armories there. Oh, I'm surprised that that siege is done. Interesting. Alright. Well, we're into this. And taking a little bit over here. Releasing Catalonia. So we probably don't have to wait too much longer, and then I think we just win the Italian Wars. Unless it requires being at peace, which that would be reasonable. Okay, here's also who we are at war with, currently. Ottoman jump scare? It is. Why is Castile part of the League? What do you mean? They normally join the Italian League Wars. Oh, I don't think France had a league before. This is not good. Arte dell'Alana still fucked? Yes. Couldn't stop thinking about your Morocco run while watching you play a retrospective video. Now I want to play Morocco. It's a fun one. Do enjoy it. Or did enjoy it. Their yearly income is only like 2K? That's crazy. I think we annexed the city yet. How far are we off? Yeah. Just looking to... Okay, there's no one here. I'm gonna send back this way. Use these guys to unsiege this stuff. Use this guy to siege that. Turn our attention northward. Can we get the war goals we want? No, not yet. Alright, fair. We have a bunch of auto construction coming in now with the things we've urbanized. I guess we do need to be careful about our auto building stuff. It's building like in these subjects, but I think it's probably fine. Call an ambulance, but for our enemies in this war. Looks like we're not even getting pushed without having units in the region. Yeah, just a bunch of people who are already kind of mad at us. Bo's got an 18k stack. Pretty good. I think our guy's better. Wait, what happened to our really good guy? He might be in charge of this. Yeah, he was in charge of that. Alright. Go to Ferrara. Let's take these guys out. You are willing to peace out now. I think this is Xaxes. I think we'll do this. Caligari's annexed. Bosnia's a little bit upset. I think we just have to upset people to try and push the pace on the Italian wars. I do think that we can do some of that. We are currently improving Diplo reps, so this should work. We can get a little bit more prestige if we make a whatchamacallem, canonize someone, but I think we're just going to do this. And we'll canonize the next peace deal. And that should be us winning the Italian wars. On the we are one shy. Okay. That shows me. That ought to learn ya. Alright, Oh, did I dum-dum up? Shit. I dum-dummed up. Because we wanted to take Milanese stuff. I forgot Milan was in that war. I think this is probably also fine for us, though. Because we could take from this guy instead. And we could annex this idiot. That's a 19k stack. That's a big one. Progress towards... oh. You know what's so disgusting? We actively don't want progress towards quality. So we're gonna choose this one. Insane. Oh. Oh, we'll get to annex. We'll get to return some other territory of subjects and stuff as well. Okay, I'm trying to think if we need to... I think we win this. So we're gonna clip him here. We lost a lot of dudes, man. Is Treviso a subject of ours? Yes. So we can separate piece Tyrol in a way that's productive. Yeah, we should have just taken one more. We should have just... Actually, I think we have a save in case things got weird, right? But Aragon, we should have just taken territory off Milan. I just completely brain farted on Milan just being in the other war. Grain warehouse build? Hell yeah, brother. Ain't nothing but a warehouse party. God, I got like 50,000 guys there. This is a lot of dudes. Like, we either, like, don't fight them, or we try and bomb and weave, or we hire, like, 30,000 mercs. Papal States doesn't want to help. Yeah, they're not into that. They're in a white piece, though. We could levy up. Don't even have that many available levies. I think we're pretty far off of Lancers. Starting to look like that time of day. Or we merc up a whole bunch. Starting to look a bit like Christmas for the mercs. Christmas came early, and with it came the contracts. The bells! Alright. That might be enough for us to clip some armies. Show us your micro. Cannot win Italian wars early. Wait, what? Why not? Oh, you can't win it early? Oh. Alright then. Never mind. I take this all back. I still think we want to annex this little idiot, but that's kind of all we want then. And maybe return 1 or 2 cores. I don't know. That changes things. We would have dismantled Milan's league then. That would have been better. We could just white piece these idiots then. And not hire all these mercs. Alright, never mind. God, they really are just being annoying, aren't they? We're just gonna take... Or, well... That'll be what it is. I think we're into that. Oh, just kidding, we're into this. We do have to pass it. %, manpower is a freaking lot, man. Holy shit. We want that outward anyways. Alright, let's try and clip some of their wings here. Papal State's coming to the rescue. Yeah. And 2 Sicilies leaves. Okay. Because they joined France's league. Holy shit. Alright, alright, alright. When I did it, you had to play the full 50. You can't win it without fighting Castile and Spain, too. Situations does show end requirements, so it's not like something we can't figure out. It has to be active for 50 and... No league owns any locations in Italy. The real way to end the Italian Wars. Yeah, okay. Assisi? ICC? Alright, let's just take them out there. A little some tension, though. I think we win this before it becomes an issue, but... These guys actually have some amount of locations. The 37k stack, yeah. We might need to go for levies. We want to use as much mercs as we can for basically as long as we can. Oh, my kingdom. My kingdom for being able to click on a location I want to recruit these guys into. I guess we actually want to dismantle Boho's league. I don't know if we lose this. We have terrain advantage here. Like a big terrain advantage. We got pretty even saturation. Gonna set in the reinforcement. It looks like we win. Yeah, you can't attack them at like a +2 when they have better troops than you. Like the... yeah. Alright, let's pick up the other stack. How's the antag? Looking fine. He really doesn't like that idea. This is a mixed army. They got some stuff. They got some moves. Are we going to continue to hire from other areas outside of our own? Varia works. We're not trying to like siege them or do anything like this, so we're gonna go with that. Fifth Merc's rework will come with a usable UI. The UI was so much more usable than before they like made it so you only the issue is like we have to hire 10 times as many stacks, so it's just like 10 times as many clicks. It's like so miserable, but this is so much better than us using levies and just killing all the pops that are in our nation for like shit combat power. That's kind of, maybe we should have waited on that, actually. I think we're going to be pushing them out, but like, oh man, I wish I could just say, I want to hire 20,000 mercs in this location now, and it just do that for me. Instead we're doing this, we're doing the procedure, this, like, it's so many clicks, dog. Running out of options where to hire, though, to be fair. Oh no, they're gonna stop us from taking the city. Damn it. Hell of a prediction, though, that we win that. We'll see. We're the attacker. We have some extra strength on the right side. Yeah. Kind of what I thought. Almost worked. Wasn't for those meddling kids. But we can keep replenishing. They cannot. Because they know not the way of the mercenary. Trade 2-to-1. We'll regroup there. Seems very doable. Okay. adds Papal States as subject. I was like, that's not us. I forgot. They're in the war with us. Oh my god. Damn it, dude. Whatever. We're not going to reload over that. That's frustrating. It was at over 50%. I might have just not noticed an event. That's probably just my bad. It's probably just my bad. Just a lot of going on right now. Do we even have less than 100 innovative? We don't. So I think it's this. And we want to pass this. Like we wanted to pass the last one, huh? Okay, so that'll be our parliament. We can eat 2 bad events now as well. And let's click up. These guys are so mad at us anyways. We can't... The places that have the absolute most pop are going to be the ones we want to give granary towns to. Because they're going to be able to build the most granaries. Levant, what you got? Wait, what the hell? I said don't hire those 6. Okay. But we are running out of mercs to hire. Decidedly. Oh, they're also so much cheaper. Holy shit, dude. Maybe we're not running out, they're just way cheaper. Alright, I think we win this. I guess we should have double checked. I thought through it a little bit. Oh, I think their flank fails before ours do. Their right flank, specifically. Oh, this is gonna be brutal. I'm getting flanking damage. We don't have a lot of cavalry to do it, though. If he gets the 15k in, we just lose. God damn it. We even killed so many more than he killed of ours. Continue with the procedure. God. We hate the procedure. The procedure hates us. There's hatred, pure and just hate for the quantity of buttons that must be clicked on behalf of the mercs. The mercs demand a sacrifice. Blood for the blood god, but the blood is our clicking. UI needs to filter by target province region. Yeah, you can filter by like where you're pulling it from, but you can't pull from where it's going to. Try not to accidentally fail your parliament. Not like this. Downside, he's not reading chat. Yeah. 36 hours is impressive. Over 36. Over 36. Need to try and wipe peace out of this mess. I mean, I think we could get a white piece, but I think we have so many mercs. I think we want this guy out of the Italian wars, man. And we're fighting Boho right now. We could just get him out of the Italian like wars entirely. Because I think that's why he declared in, and he's going to be an issue later. I also really hate this, like... the situation where we have to do this. Alright. We're gonna have a bunch more marks. That works. I mean, I guess we're running out of mercs to hire. It's maybe an issue. It's like all mercs that we can't get to here now. Alright, we have another 10k coming. Slow things down a breather. Let's grab this guy. A bunch of stacks coming in. There's a battle. Take those. There are bigger issues you could have, and you still need to conquer a ton of locations in the next 40 years. But they have some of these locations. Tyrole's in it. We have these locations to take off of them. We probably want to start a thing, though. Should be able to clip this guy. Clip these guys. Go after the 16k stack. Mr. Popeman's merc it up. Just gonna take a couple ticks to give this 2700 stack a chance to get out of there. Although the staggered reinforcements actually may be better for them. Kind of annoying, but okay. Did we somehow not win this? What the frick? Why is the width 2? Oh. I may have made a mistake. I mean, we're doing okay against them. Oh, they have a bunch of actual nonsense actually in their reserves. They just have a bunch of support auxiliaries and this type of thing. And we have actual units. Of course, they don't like engaging, I guess. So this looks good for us. We're gonna keep an eye on it though. Fable State's coming in is gonna be kind of nice. We don't have as many guys rolling into the box as we would like. Jesus. There's the Papal States in. They have no one in. Oh, they have guys starting to come in. God, this is gonna be like close-ish. We actually want them to clear our front so our cav can roll in the center. Either way, we might need more mercs. Don't need those, don't need those. The process never ends, chat. I mean, I guess we should have maybe just hired a way bigger army. Help us, dog. Take those dudes out for us. Oh, I don't know if that was a mistake. Alright, we're winning here. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. They're gonna have a ton of casualties. Unless they reinforce this. No! Not the 3k stack. That was super miserable. Time to hire more of these. I hate this play pattern so much. It's like, this is making me like not even want to finish this war. It's just like, the merc solution to everyone hating mercs is make the AI not use mercs and then make mercs completely unusable for the player. You should put cab action on reducing war exhaustion. Okay, that's maybe true. We'll do it once this guy finishes, because he's almost done integrating. We don't even have upgraded levies. Let's not. Alright. It's kind of a bunch of little stacks and this one big stack. Let's see if we can get after some of these little stacks actually first. Speaking of, maybe we're supposed to play this minigame. Oh god, okay. And you can't queue up where they're going. Yeah, bribing's just not very good. Okay, these guys buzzsaw themselves. Spectacular, these guys also do the same. Can they not see here? No, they saw it. Making sure this works out for our guys. Which it didn't. Oh my god, my soul. Pains me so. How are we doing on research? Pretty far away. Move these guys over. Yeah, I think bribing wasn't worth. We should have just hired like twice as many mark stacks. Now they only have 14 guys. I do think we can assault 14. Likely to fail, but we can't even. Okay. Let's do this. And deoccupy all of our shit. Okay, this should work. There we go. No truces. Oh, what's going on with Milan? Why are you... Let's grab... What the fuck is that? Wait... Maybe this will help. Unraised levy. Yeah, okay. Basically. That's convenient. Maybe we should have wiped peace like forever ago, or offered humiliation. I think we want to separate peace out this guy though, but it looks like we can. What are all the locations in Italy? That's not in Italy. He's not gonna like us cutting. Oh, he doesn't care. Tyrol gets really upset. A bunch of people are gonna have a high antagonism. Maybe we're not even trying to get the antagonism, really. Not trying to catch the heat. Because we'll get a CB against them later. Because I don't think we returned everything. Yeah, we didn't return this. I want to see where this guy's going. Fuck, dude. Oh, I just want Boho to not be able to join again. I think that we don't have to cross the river this way. I'm hoping. For a second I thought the instant was this, so I was like, what the hell happened here? But pretty clean for that. We not have to... They cleaned us up. Fair. Fair enough. We have manpower. Maybe we're supposed to hire a couple regulars. How much do they hate White Peace? They're kind of into it. They're only 22 off of wanting just an actual peace piece, though. So I think just getting them out of the Italian wars is what we want. What are they ticking? What is the war goal? Take Treviso. Okay. We're just gonna head there. And grab it. Gonna do this so we can morale back up. I think once we take that, this will be over. This is probably maybe worth... Oh, so many people are hiring mercs, though. It definitely squeezes the merc supply. Oh, we're planning on giving that to Sicily anyways. We don't care. It's like they're having struggles in Milan. Wait, where's our hotkey for... Okay. Jesus. Boom, 29%. Leave now and never come back, good sir. Just kidding. Surely we could just keep killing more guys. I mean, we're ticking now. Okay, with that stack wiped out, they are willing to do it. No more league for them. think that we don't have any levies remaining. I don't think we're going to put down our mercs, though. I think we're going to keep using our mercs. Holy. Use the state satisfaction picks in Parliament since the state satisfaction is higher during debate. Spend commoners for stab and church for... Yeah, this stuff's very strong. I think we clicked all that stuff on cooldown. Good night, yes. I think I'm behind on that, though. We tried independent operations, they derp super hard. Clickety, clickety, clickety. Grind your pops to dice, don't be shy. We did entirely other ones. So maybe you can attack Milan and snag some land while they're weakened. This is probably the plan. Oh, silver mine? Yeah, we should have grabbed it, maybe. I think we want to declare into this guy eventually. Oh, that's our land. Wait, what? I think we want to attack this guy, chat. Oh no, wait, I know that guy. He's me. We have not had a point where we're not at war for some time now. Alright, so... gonna release Sicily as a vassal, feed them the territory. Okay. Gonna feed this guy, make a vassal. Make him 2 provinces. Alright, we don't want to release everything. But we do want someone who gets claims, ideally. Is it just Venice as our... issue is we'd be giving up 1 core province. That's not the end of the world, though. And we don't have... Maybe we just feed these guys the province here. Or we feed them Venice, because it's not a market capital. Currently not annexing a subject. We can maybe start annexing him. And use them to integrate all this stuff. Fruli's all one thing. Yeah, I mean, we annexed them. We're not getting any cores from them. These guys, we will get claims, though. Oh, what the fuck is Mallorca doing here? Dog. I was thinking we were releasing Catalonia. Alright. I think we just let this guy eat the other provinces, maybe. Okay. I want to do that. We have a market capital there. Okay. Do some of that. We're going to integrate this ourselves. Gonna at least wait a hot minute. Woo! Oh, baby. Now there's 3 Sicilies. There are 3 Sicilies. KUCs and then release Catalonia. Getting stuff from Mallorca is also kind of not the worst, so... Jesus Christ. I'm so tired. I'm so tired, Captain. Captain. Yeah, that also unqueues all of our buildings. I'm glad we didn't just add a bunch of stuff to the queue. It's one of the more annoying things about... revs, is they unqueue a bunch of buildings. What are prices like? They're kind of low. Except for masonry. Just get more of that in the province that has clay. There's some clay provinces up here. You don't have access to them though. We're getting a lot of mercs a month. Want to use that cooldown and want to get the favors. Croatia getting the Bosnia treatment? What's that? Roll maxing? No. Do you lose the money when the Rev removes it? Yep. It's just incinerated. So it's like kind of... It's really annoying if you queue up a whole bunch of shit and then it, like, you Rev. It's functionally, like, really bad. Surely this is about up. France is gonna be a vibe to fight. We really have to... Alright, I think we gotta do the thing. Hopefully not, but... Sure. Hockey, please. Oh, did we... Yeah, we sent it to the wrong spot. Never mind, the hockey... Well, the hockey's still not working, but... Different thing. Alright. Not sure what causes that. This would be kind of curious what it is. But like, here the hockey worked. It worked. It's gonna hurt in terms of us having control in these areas that flipped from us for a little bit. That is Naples from a food perspective. We're covering food there as well. Might hamburger menu those. So if you get spammed with a whole bunch of events, you can get rid of them. I think we want to allow commoners for that. We're still gonna keep paying for these mercs. You have a CB coming up soon. I hate when revs are particularly silly, yet it takes you a year to go all over the towns. Yeah. So does it feel weird for the game to be a challenge? I mean, it's a challenge because it's so much clicking and, like, I'm self-regulating difficulty as a consequence of how much I need to click. Like, we would hire way more mercs than we have been if we could hire exactly as much as we wanted without needing to click as much, but I keep trying to just, like, shave off how many we're hiring. Like, at the start of the conflict, like, we would have just hired, like, double the amount of mercs or something like this, or, like, plus 50%, and been a little bit more in on it. I mean... It feels really tedious to, like, hire mercs in this way. And, weird is, like... not the way I would describe it. Because the thing is like, we have not dipped under, like, a 20k bank this entire time. And we also, like, haven't built armories literally everywhere. So we have, like, so much more left in the tank if we have to, like, you know, go that way. Like, this is just armories and 90 control plus. That's already giving us, like, a pretty hefty surplus, but we're about to have the next tier of cavalry, so... What we're gonna do is we're gonna sort by 85 plus. But, like, we're not particularly close to scraping the bottom of the barrel, I don't think. Are the Papal States #1 in the Naples market? Oh, no. They probably are considerably more built up there than us. Naples is not going to be #1. And we only own one province in there. We own just the Naples province. So, kind of tracks. We have a subject there and a subject there. God, that's such an obnoxious trait. I think it's actively pretty bad. What is it to get rid of these guys? It's stab. Alright, what's our CB here? Tunis, Morocco. I think we'll ignore those for now. Can we invite people to our league? No, we're just gonna have to conquer them. Like, unless we made one of these guys, like, dissolve their league. Two Sicilies hates us too much. I guess if the Milan League gets dissolved, we maybe could invite Milan, because we haven't really gone after Milan yet. Alright, fair enough. How far are we off of 1,000,000? We could do this the old-fashioned way. We just need it to be a majority. But we can... All of Tuscany we have. Rather than keeping on waiting for our ruler to die and us to roll on 1,000,000 guy. The more 1,000,000 we have, the more likely it is for us to roll it anyways. coming up. Papal States is murking so much, but they don't have military access. Wait, what? What are you doing, dog? Why is he hiring more and more mercs? You have military access through us, man. Oh, we can't just offer him access? Why is he doing this? He has 90k mercs and he's not using them because he doesn't have, what is it, food access through us? Because we're not in the same war? I cordially invite you to my league or die. Ugh. Dude, this is so stupid. How do you not want food access? Overlord is not Tuscany? Oh, we got forced to annul treaties. Oh, they got forced to annul with us? Well, that's their problem, I guess. Okay. I didn't even realize we weren't allies anymore. Alright, fuck them. Alright, that changes things a little bit. Yeah, okay. You can't get access through us. Jesus. Alright. Yeah, so we'll be... the predictor, this predictor is freaking wrong, because he has 90,000 mercs. So he's just lighting all of his money on fire here. That means we don't even want to deck on Milan. I don't know why we did that. We're actually, like, decaying. It just felt like we had so much gold we wanted to spend it, like, or not spend it. Food access is super weird anyways. My PUs rather starve than their troops for death. 50 years and then give food access. Yeah, it's not ideal. You'll declare and that 90 stack will just run into you? Yeah, I'm not going to declare while we're facing down 130 stack. I'm not going to declare into that ish. Oh, what did we say we're going to use these guys for? Okay. Yeah, the plan is to not get buzzsawed by the Papal States. We're still going to generate the CV on them, but then we'll just pull it, rake it back. Nice. Lancers are going to be good. These are going to drain. Currently we have above 50%. This will get us a little bit more bonus. Actually, you know what? I think we prefer heavy infantry for this purpose. Because they're less likely to roll to engage. We don't actually want them engaging. They're just maintaining our bonus. So we hope that these guys get forced to annul treaty with the Papal States. We can force Papal States to annul treaty with Milan. And then go after them. If we want. I mean, there's no way they just annex all of Milan. France. What are you doing, France? Could we not isolate from allies? Oh, we can't isolate from allies because we don't have an alliance. Just kidding. That's right. I think we're not going to declare to the 105,000 guys. An election administration. Gonna have some options. Ooh, we should have paused and then recruited a bunch of generals or something. We're looking for a guy who's 1 million. That guy's 1 million. That guy's 1 million and his stats are good. That guy's Tuscan. We have to double check that we're not going to get underwater on naval push. I think we are, but I think we can resolve it. Because he has a military trait. But what we can do... we can put him in charge of a navy. And not pay full maintenance, at least right now. And we'll start paying for this so we can flip 1 million. Yeah. God, that's so much mercs. You know what's crazy is, like, we probably could fight the Papal States if they didn't already have that amount of mercs. Right? Because they don't hire them all that fast. Are they still at war? No, they're not. These guys were forced to give up their thing. This is really cute. We can ally with Hungary and then attack these guys. And maybe Hungary doesn't help. No, they do. They do. Max antagonism. This doesn't give us conquests. Decrease. I thought we had a subject that had cores, but apparently not. Maybe now's a good time to call it for the stream. We've been going a while. Dimmy? Dimmy. Yeah, Pope, they don't support because they got their alliances annulled. Oh, but Milan. Milan we might just be able to convince to join our side instead. I didn't see that they got dissolved. What does this have to do with the economy panel? Wait, why is that there? Oh, we maybe pulled money from them. Got it. Hmm. Okay, just us and the Papal States then. In 50 opinion, 5 trust equilibrium, 5 favors, 10 years diplo rep. What does this cost us? Okay. Fort defense is interesting. Okay, so if we diplomatically pull Milan in, I just don't know where the button is. I feel like I'm missing something, man. Oh, there it is. There are no countries. Fair. Right. Oh, we need a diplomat. I'm being a silly Billy. Alright, maybe we recall this guy. And then we recover it a little bit faster. We are max dip spending. I think after this we will get to recruiting explorers. Not because it's especially good, because we like colonizing. I think that we just vote for that. Okay, so we can invite him in a year. He's not feeling it though. He is feeling it. Tyrol will join. Oh, they need their capital in Italy, though. Oh, we should have annexed this idiot. No. Yeah, we're not gonna get like a better CB on Milan anytime soon. If we can't pull them in. Why don't they like it? Their trusted opinion of the Papal States is much higher than what they have for us. Yeah, that makes sense. Equilibrium is 73, but gonna take a hot minute because we broke alliance. Maybe we should have helped them, son of a bitch. So but we can get in on 2 Sicilies. Maybe that's our way forward. We annex everything of 2 Sicilies. That will be enough, and most of our antagonism's in the north right now anyway. So they won't be bothered by the 2 Sicilies annex. Is there a neutral tree for ages 3 through 6? 3 through 5. Is it common to see AI France flip Lutheran? I don't know. I haven't seen it very much. Are you planning on playing Terra Invicta eventually? New DLC just dropped? Probably not. I could only, like, play, like, offbeat games so many times, or so many different offbeat games, and, like, I don't think... I mean, we can check... What's the Steam DB for Terra Invicta? The thing is, like... I don't, like, super want to play... I would like to try Terra Invicta, but there's not a very big player count. And so I think that would be, like, a more... like, for fun variety game, but it also seems like there's a huge learning curve. And I don't think I can make, like, YouTube content for it. I get asked about Terra Invicta a decent chunk of the time, but there's just, like, not that big a amount of people playing Terra Invicta. Like, I tried to play Dominions. Like, I'd be more interested in playing Dominions, because I would rather play Dominions, I think, than Terra Invicta. And I also, like, have several hundred hours of Dominions. Like, Dominions has a similar issue. Dominions has a way lower player count, to be fair. Is tension going up or down right now? Where do we look where the trajectory is? I feel like it really should tell you if you hover this bar. Expel League member, challenge for leadership. Maybe there's none ticking? I don't know. Get a few more mill techs? Screwed colonizing? What mill techs are we looking at? I mean, the tactics would be alright. That's kind of the only one we care about. I guess we wouldn't hate having better levies. I'm not sure if we lose this when we flip cultures, though. When Pal World? We progressed a little bit in Pal World, but Pal World would be an example of a, like, for fun game. Oh yeah, Hungary won't have access? I mean, he might get access through here. He'll attack this stuff and Istria. It'll be a little bit annoying, but you're right. We probably just can't attack into him. Like, very comfortably. But we've been playing a little bit off stream. It's just like... Plus, like, Paradox also has a currently unannounced game. I have to see the exact language that they told me. For, like, NDA reasons. But the point is, I don't want to spend several hundred hours learning Terra Invicta. I'll be attending a meeting with Paradox in Stockholm regarding an unannounced game. This is new IP, not a sequel. Dan Lind is the game director, and I'm not allowed to say anything other than that. And so... yeah, Terra Invicta seems like the game where I'd also just have to spend, like, over 100 hours playing it to, like, really get the full thing. RimWorld pays well. RimWorld. All enemies in the north, so it's not as bad a war as it could be, so Milan is so vulnerable. Yeah, I think the war is... I think I don't hate this. I kind of dislike that we're breaking our Hungary alliance because I'd like to be allied with Hungary, but... that's probably not that big a deal. I don't like that we already have Antag up here, so... and we don't get an Antag discount. So it's gonna feel like taking, like, 3 locations just gets you a super huge amount of antagonism. And I'd almost rather wait for Parliament so we could just threaten war them and get the 25% reduction, I think. Someone say RimWorld? They might join alliance as soon as the world ends. Try allying the Ottomans. That's sexy. That would be hot. I think they hate our guts. Yeah, I mean, Two Sicilies just has most of the locations, and they're the driver for the... we're actually not even in the league, the 3rd Italian league is. But we could also... actually, I think we just have to fight Milan. I think it'd be easier, maybe even, to pull Naples in, because they don't have that monstrous, like, trust malice. I think we're not doing that, but it might be easier. But Naples, we can generate CBs with Sicily. But we want all of these guys to... we want to wait out for, like, 2 years before fighting the Papal States. Wow, we're so rich. Holy shit. What's the dev look like? We've been dev provincing this for, like, forever. 60 dev. buying farmlands. It's gonna be better once we flip 1 million too. When does Dwarf Fortress start? I'd probably rather play Dwarf Fortress, but that's like a one where I'd have to probably try and decide between Dwarf Fortress and Songs of Six. Songs of Six seems more accessible. I don't know if what the player counts look like. I'm pretty okay. I would think I'd be pretty okay playing Dwarf Fortress from a like for fun, maybe it's okay perspective. Player count for Dwarf Fortress is under 1,000. See, the thing is maybe I just shouldn't worry about it. Like, the people who are most active in chat are, I feel, generally more likely to play, like, the niche games than the people who are, like, less active in chat. Yeah, Songs of Six, 12-hour peak is 1,200, 3,500 all-time peak, which was last month. But RimWorld, I think RimWorld actually has, like, a player count. Yeah, Dwarf Fortress has never been over 1,000. But RimWorld, 23,000 players right now, 32,000 peak, but I'm also not sure if I would attract, like, the RimWorld players. They hate you only a little, improve relations? Yeah. Bought EU5 like 4 months ago, but waited for Paradox to fit a bit and stop implementing massive changes every week. Is now a good time to learn play? Now is a good time, or if you want to wait a few more months. Because 1.3 is pretty stably out, so I think and people are going to go on summer vacation. So now is actually, like, the best time, probably. If you already own the game. For people who are like, should I buy the game? I didn't want to buy it because XYZ reason. The game's not, like, super way different. But I expect to see this patch be relatively stable. Especially because today's dev diary, they didn't talk about doing a release. I think we're going to see at least, like, a month without a patch. That's why Italian wars can be tough. A lot of antagonism, so very annoying in alliances. Yeah, I think I want to wait until we can have a war into Milan for less antag than what we're getting here. I think I don't hate the idea of going in on these guys, though. But maybe even this is... Yeah, maybe our next parliament just really matters, because we're just going to grab 2 CBs and just, like, go after some of these guys. We were playing random other games. Poe is the answer. Yeah, Poe... If I didn't feel like I have to produce more, like, Paradox content, Poe would be what I'd be playing right now. Like, but I actively want to play Poe, but only if I have, like, 80 hours to do it, so... And I don't. Streamer quit Poe? Womp womp. 7 Days to Die has been on Steam since EA, and still has great player numbers. I was thinking of actually... That game looks like a really good game to play with, like, my IRL friends, in which case I don't play it for content, because... If I play it for content, then I just get way better than my friends, and I don't want to do that. Hey, Playmaker, how's it going? Oh, Playmaker, you had, like... You had a thumbnail that looked so good. For, like, the Treviso? The Treviso video? Looks so hot. Or the Verona video. Yeah. Is this AI, or did you hire someone to do it for you? It looks like so much different than your other ones. But I wanted to bring it up. It looks very good. Or you could DM me. But I was like, hot! Someone linked it in my Discord. I guess you can't PU as Republics? No, you can't. Let's kind of what we got going on in terms of location wealth. And here's our proximity currently. That's not what we wanted. We actually have pretty far-flung stuff. Just peppered North Africa a little bit. I won Italian Wars as Genoa into Sardinia Piedmont, mostly diplomatically. Is really annoying, though. I think that ship has maybe sailed, because we took a bunch of Two Sicilies land, and Milan hates our guts, so... We could maybe get the little ones in, though. Maybe this is actually the way we should approach it. Is the little guys we should improve relations and try and pull them in? And the big guys we should ignore? Like, Tyrol said they would join. Problem, their capital's not in Italy, so... Tyrol we actually have to fight again. But Aquileia and Verona. And these guys, maybe we can get them in. Get a few more locations, and then when we go for some of this stuff down here, we can do it for less antagonism. We could use threat and war. Yeah. France is encroaching a bit. Better get west of Milan ASAP. You know, just like cut them off. There's an idea. I don't know how scared of France we are, man. They only have 200,000 men. What are they going to do with that? We have the power of money. I don't even think their tax base is higher than ours anymore. I'm just kidding. It's way higher. Our income's going to be higher than theirs by a lot, though. Designed by myself, then put it into AI. It said, make this better. Okay, gotcha. It looks a lot better, but, like, the coloring looks like... That makes a lot of sense. Huh. Ignore league leaders unless you want to push them out of the league, then someone will take their place. Like, you only, like, if you only deck on league leaders and improve with the rest, you can usually make them too weak to matter. Ignore league leaders unless you want to push them out of a league. To be fair, if we fight Papal States and then force them to dismantle, then there's no more Italian leagues remaining. Should make it maybe much more straightforward. 200k and probably merc up like crazy. They can't hire the mercs if we're holding them all hostage. And by us, I mean Papal States. I actually don't think there are very many mercs available. God, there's still a ton of mercs available. So one of the changes they did was to make mercs less available. The idea of the change was that minus 92% merc size. So this is why they're all 11111, but they're still available. But instead, you just need to click into infinity. Playmaker, I have like the biggest headache after fighting this huge war here, where I think we hired like over 100,000 mercs in stacks of like 3k. Or like 2 to 3k. The results, a couple bad people in the comments, is much higher view count. Yeah, one of the downsides though is the people who get mad at you over AI, will just like hard unfollow you. Like which is like okay to some degree, but I don't know. I don't know what the overall is on that. The, like, make it better, like, seems, like, not as problematic to me as, like, cut from whole cloth. The AI stuff's complicated. In terms of, how you look at it. Ignore everyone except for league leaders. Gotcha. Yeah, that sounds more right. Because we could just dismantle the Papal States. We don't want to do that right now because they have 100,000 mercs. For sure they can form Italian leagues after a cooldown. Yeah, we might see another league from Two Sicilies as well. A bank formed a league and pulled everyone in. Not like this. Good thing we have a lot of the banks as our subjects or in our league. Yeah, it's a hard balance to strike. I think you either, like... You're, like, one way or the other, almost. You know? I don't know. I designed the icon using AI, like, forever ago, but like, my actual channel icons with AI. But since then, I don't really use it for very much. I have, like, a couple of, like, thumbnails. We're talking, like, when I had, like, under 1,000, like, subscribers on YouTube. Foreign leagues can't reform, as far as I know. Yeah, it felt pretty nice getting Boho out of here. I think we're not scared of Castile at all, but France is, like, the one that will maybe come for us. Some people are giga anti-AI. Yeah, those people you just, like, will hard alienate. Like, me even saying that I made my... Like, if I might pay to have someone redo my channel icon, but then, like, I'm gonna say just make it look like this, but, like, a little bit cleaner and a little bit more legible. But fundamentally have the same one. I personally enjoy spending less time doing stuff like thumbnails that I don't really enjoy. Yeah. I don't know, like, in the more extended, like, discussion, also, like, I think there's, like, so the issue with AI is, like, it's taking something that has been, like, collectively produced, and is free and available on the internet, in terms of overall generative AI, or stuff that has already been paid for, and using it to, like, replicate the skill without needing to compensate the people who produced that skill in the first place. It's right, so they're not recompensated. So, if we're talking about thumbnails, we're talking about, like, art specifically, and specifically, like, thumbnail creation. And, like, per video, I make maybe, like, 20 bucks or something. So it's not like, I could hire someone, or the really big videos, like, do way better, but, like, the average video or something like this, typical. It's not like I could hire someone to do the thumbnail and pay them a reasonable wage. Or maybe you should try and hire someone and pay them an unreasonable wage, but... And so, like, I think that, like, the people who are small and using AI are, like, kind of in a different camp than the people who are bigger and using AI. I'd have to think through this a little bit more. Also, people will get upset just, like, talking about it, but, like, the issue with... I would like a system that, like, the AI could somehow track who it was trained on, and then, money that AI makes goes to the people who, like, inspired, like, that particular styling of AI, right? That would be, like, what would be ideal for me. I think. Something like this. But it's also, like, a really useful tool because, yeah, like, the AI can, like, cook up a thumbnail, like, really fast, or, like, if you give it the rough outline, it can do it way better, way faster, and, like, people get better looking thumbnails and this type of thing. Perfect if you are at least stuck between a rock and a hard place, yeah. France and Ottomans are big bad, and they get an event to ally one another. That might be obnoxious. I still feel pretty comfortable with just a huge bank, but anti-AI is part of who I am. Tell me you're terminally online without telling me you're terminally online. Yeah, I mean, like, I think, yeah, some people are just super reactive and tribal about it. I also think that, like, when you look at it from, like, a macro perspective, and you look at it from the perspective... So, I think the problem is, like, less AI and more AI, like, combined with, the way that capitalism squeezes all of the value, like, the surplus value to the people who are like, the ownership class or whatever like this. Like, this is more the issue, because what it does is it, fundamentally, you, like, there's an ability to negotiate. There's an ability to negotiate for wages, okay? And, like, if, like, I've done this drawing before, but, like, we could think about wages like this, okay? Which this is the actual value of work, okay? And a company can pay you this much, but if they're paying you the actual value, and they pay everyone the actual value, they'll be break even, they won't make money, and just through variance, the company will cease to exist. So they have to pay you less than this, but they could pay you more. Like, I think CEOs get paid more. And then there's, like, this, and, like, this is subsistence, or ability to replace yourself. There's two ways to look at it, but we're going to call it subsistence. You have to pay a worker more than what they need to survive. Otherwise, it's not going to be a job, because anyone who's doing the job will die. Okay? So, wages have to be somewhere in here. And typically, what we see is, in an ideal world, we're maybe splitting it between, like, corporation gaining some of the value, right? If it's paid at this line... say, if it's paid at this line, then the worker gets all the additional value. So let's call this like $100, and let's call this $50. If we pay someone at 75, right, then the company gets 25 of value and the worker gets 25 of value, or something like this, just in terms of, like, thinking through it. And what the tendency is that if there's a lack of ability to negotiate, or if there's a lack of leverage on behalf of the worker, my belief is that there is a tendency, and this is just kind of like a tendency of capitalism, and this is especially the case with, like, menial tasks that don't require any skills, that still suck balls to do. Like, working at McDonald's is like it's a rough job. The thing is, anyone can do it. So you have no leverage, and so you can't negotiate a good wage for yourself. What the tendency to happen is that the split of value tends to look a bit more like this, where the company gets a majority of the value, and, you know, although McDonald's, the margins aren't that crazy, and the worker gets less, or something like this. Okay, so maybe this is 55. Typically, like, white-collar workers who have a skill set are going to be able to negotiate wages much more in here. If you're, like, an artist, or this type of thing, or a copywriter, or this. And what AI is doing is it is not hollowing out, like, the workers from the menial tasks, but it instead is hollowing out knowledge-based tasks, which typically otherwise you would be able to have leverage for negotiating a good wage. And so not only the menial tasks are already, like, to some degree hollowed out because there is a surplus of labor, basically, typically as a result of just how things work. And so this just pushes wages down because some other person will accept it. Well, if AI replaces all of this, like, knowledge-based work, right, then the workforce starts to move towards in a direction where they don't have an ability to negotiate for better wages, this type of thing. And so this is, like, from a macro perspective, what is AI doing? And it is, on the net, decreasing workers' ability to negotiate good wages for themselves. But when one individual uses AI, it's like I'm not going to be able to hire someone to make my thumbnails, and it wouldn't make sense for me to. So, yeah. It's tough, though. Is losing the anti-AI worth the potential gains? In a perfect world, there would be, like, an AI setting where 2 thumbnails are presented. Well, so the people who object to you, like, using AI, I think they care more about, like, this entire type of stuff. More so than the actual thought of, are you specifically denying a person the job? And they care about this in a, not in like a, it's more of a theoretical way than a practical way. But that's not how neural networks work? No, that's not how neural networks work. I understand. And this is in regards to my earlier comment where I said I wish the AI would just know who's responsible for inspiring it for that particular thing and be able to pay them more. Yet that's not how neural networks work. You don't get to look at how they think. I'm just saying ideally, this would be preferable. It totally matches up all the general trends in the training text. It's a curve fitting in a way. Yeah. I think thumbnails on YouTube suck in general, so I don't care if creators use AI to make them. I just turn them off with an extension anyways. There we go. That's good for me. That's probably why you watch my channel. My thumbnails suck balls. I prefer stick figures drawn on paint than AI. To be fair, if you do like all stick figures in paint, it actually has a nice kind of charm. If AI told it who it was trained on, they open themselves up for copyright infringement, so they'd never do that. They would never do that unless forced to by regulation. The thing is it's trained on the commons. AI is trained on, like, the common free information on the internet, basically. And so what it should be the case is the internet should own, like, the outputs of AI to some extent. I'm very slowly coming around on using AI at work, mostly to summarize documents for me when I don't have the time to read and just need the 10,000 foot view. Yeah, but whenever you do that, you have to, like, make sure you clarify the information. Like, AI is, like, really good at just imagining stuff. But that is, like, one... Using it to brainstorm, and then, also using it to summarize, are the... I think in terms of the knowledge-based work of AI, this is, like, where it's most useful. But I think, like, it's not even really that good at, like, writing copy for you. Like, AI writing tends to suck balls. But quickly summarizing something... also, when you're looking for a quote, AI can be useful. When you're brainstorming for ideas and you just tell it to give you 50 ideas and then you can parse down, that's also useful. But, like, using it to just entirely replace, like, your thinking is, like, Unless the government picks up the balance through SNAP, Medicaid, etc., we'll call that Walmart. Yeah, that's another thing is, like... Yeah, Walmart pays people, like, down here. And then the government makes up the difference between, like, here. Like, on part of your onboarding for Walmart, they teach you how to do food stamps. So this is, like, subsidized low wages. AI can be useful for purposes like detecting cancer, but is mostly used to cheat in college and make porn. Yeah, I'm talking about generative AI, not, like, AI used for detection. Yeah, 100%. But, I don't know. I don't see the anti-AI kids organizing unions, volunteering for election campaigns, or minimizing carbon footprint in such a way that begins in any way besides not using what they never used to begin with. Some people are, like, in the streets, but yes. A lot of people who are, like, outraged on the internet don't actually do anything about anything. They're mad about something, and then you ask them what literature they've read on the topic, and they've not read anything about it, and it's like... I don't know. Like, where's my book I'm reading on campaign finance? It's just like, internet discourse, a lot of it is about getting, like, mad in general, so it's actually, like, more a form of, like, socialization. It's, like, recreationally upset. I wouldn't call it even recreational outrage. I think that's, like, overly dismissive, but, like, a lot of people, like, I don't know, I think the more upset you are over something, probably the better informed you should be on it. And also be informed of, like, the other sides and, like, this type of stuff. Like, watching people, like, screech about communism and then you ask if they've ever read the manifesto and they say no, it's just like... You're not necessarily wrong about what you're saying about communism or anything like that. Like, communism has issues, especially in practice, but, like, if you're going to be critical of something, you should, like, understand it. The margin of production gives workers the ability to negotiate, since it is the alternative to wage labor. The margin of production... I'm not sure what you mean exactly. The free market wages are productivity of the margin of production. Currently, the margin of production is basically 0. I'm not familiar with framing things in terms of margin of production. You mean like when you produce stuff, the like net value added? Luddites were 19th century English textile workers who protested automated machinery, factory machinery to protect wages, livelihoods. Anti-AI, EU5 run next. Play Luddites. I think Vic 3 would be better for the runs. Main issues with AI thumbnails is they just make the images look uncanny, and the creator gives off a lazy, uncaring vibe. Disliking the aesthetic is definitely, like, a thing, too. Like, I can generally tell when something's made with AI, but, like... Oh, what's the best way we can put this? Okay, you don't like AI thumbnails. That's fair. That's fair. But will you also sit there and tell me that AI thumbnails look worse than this? My thumbnails is pretty suspect. But, like, I make all my thumbnails, so, like, there's that, but... Can you fix this? How to click... PU doesn't know how to click Annex Revolters? Oh, I don't know. Without looking into it, because it's not an issue I recall having any time recently, I would say that... Well, except you can't change the game settings now. God, I hate that you can't change the game settings for a country change. I'm okay with it bricking achievements, 100% okay with this, but I'm, like, kind of annoyed that you can't change it, because we would want to turn it off. Because it makes it so you can accidentally swap to nations and just, like, break a whole bunch of clicks. Here, let's maybe play a little while. Oh, actually... Yeah, we just want... Next Parliament's gonna be, like, the big one. But we are kind of at a really good stopping point, too. But I do want to catch up on chat. I think we might just rival France. Considering we think we have to fight them anyway. Actually, who are the Ottomans' rivals? Serbia, Wallachia, Ulster, the bank. Okay. We can't rival these guys. We can rival Wallachia, though. So that'll make it easier for us to ally Serbia. Mechanical little textile mills actually create a surplus of finished goods, not AI slop, though. You can look at how they think actually, you can see what patterns are activated, but you can't see what contributed to that pattern. Yeah, I mean, we're just talking. I'm just trying to talk in a theoretical sense how I would want it to be. I understand, practically speaking, that's not achievable, but yeah. Speaking as someone who's worked in YouTube, when it comes to larger channels, a very large part of the fan base has a chance of turning on the creator who uses AI. I think that people also dislike AI usage more the bigger the entity is. So, like, if I use AI versus if McDonald's uses AI, people would get less upset at me. But I don't know how big this factor is. I sent you a Discord message of an example. Alright, I will not dox the Discord messages. Yeah, so much better. I don't know, but it's also, like, clearly AI, right? Or, like, I could look at it, like, 2 seconds. I used AI for, like, a very specific asset, actually, with the Goblinomics video. That video didn't do very good. In certain YouTube circles, it can be a death knell for channel type / demography. That's fair. I don't know. Average person in chat is 30 years old or whatever. We want the government to have Twitch tell you which person is the average. Wait, what? The median age is 38. It's typical for corporate YouTube to avoid the use of AI at the final product and ensure anything that touches the final product is human-made. This is my understanding. But, like, also if, like, the creator is smaller, I feel like... I just don't care about the AI usage of, like, small creators very much. But I do care if, like, they're huge. So... do you think we gave too many political concessions to the industrialists and now we're getting marginalized? 100%. I think that, I think that you, when you look at the split of, maybe we could find this, but, like, purchasing power of, median income versus, like, top 1%. I think that, like, you could, it's super easy to find an infographic on this. Purchasing power, median versus top 1%. Or median versus productivity. Maybe what we're looking for. So this is the type of graph we're looking at. Just to show kind of the phenomena we're talking about is that, like, minimum wage here, and then we have minimum wage if it had grown with average wages. This wasn't exactly what we're trying to show, and then if it grew with productivity. But the idea is that productivity is growing, but wages are just completely stagnant over time. And this is not a super new graphic or new phenomena, but there's also an inverse correlation with the amount of unions you have and this kind of effect. And so there should be more unions and there should be less money in politics. And if you had that, you would have wages that grow at least in a more corollary way with productivity. But right now, basically, wages get pushed down, just in terms of, like, economic effects. Wages get pushed down towards subsistence. And at the same time, whatever surplus you do have, there's a tendency for rents to get pushed up towards that. So you're like, there's two downward pressures. There's the downward pressure from a lack of ability to negotiate terms, because there's an asymmetry here. Corporations have more of an ability to negotiate wages effectively than workers do because they have entire people who it's their jobs to make sure that people get paid as little as possible, and you are doing not only your job, but you also have to advocate for yourself. And so if you don't have like a union to advocate for you, you have to wear multiple hats, and then you also have to like pick up the kids, you have to do the grocery shopping, you have to do the cooking, you have to do all these things. And so there's an asymmetry in ability to negotiate, and also a lot of people who are good at working are shit at negotiation. And so, like, those people will just always be chronically underpaid as well. And then you have this effect where basically there's, like, not only, like, tacit sorts of... Like, there's, in Orange County, there's this company that owns, like, 70% of the real estate in some cities. They just basically kind of get to price set, and those cities are way more expensive to live in than the ones that are near it. But, like, you have to have some place to live, and the fact that corporations just buy... It doesn't have to be a lot of corporations or the majority of corporations, you just have to control the liquidity of housing on the market to be able to effectively price set. And then you just, if people can pay more, you charge more, and they can pay more if they have any, like, sort of surplus between what they make and income, unless there is a huge glut of supply of houses, but there's, like, not. When are we getting a spreadsheet on AI on wages, and what's the minimum, and what's the age minimum for it? 38. 37. It's important. We can corrupt some youth. AI does very good research, especially for search engines, basically unusable now. Since search engines are basically unusable. Recreationally upset is a great phase. I like it a little bit better than recreational outrage, because, like, recreational outrage, I think, is, like, more dismissive. That's a term other people have used. Biggest issue with generative AI is ensuring the ethical sourcing of what it's coming from. Taking someone else's art is using that to generate new art is something I take umbrage with. So this is, like, where it comes down to it. Like, my preference would they would be compensated in some way. Yeah. Like, that's the thing, is, like, AI is, like, obviously you could just do more output with AI. So a system where people get paid the value of their labor somehow, despite what AI is doing, like, where they're effectively... The thing that was trained on your work is used to then compete with you, right? Rather than, like, giving you more work or more value, or rather than acting as a force multiplier for you, it is eliminating your stuff. And it would be preferable if AI would act as a force multiplier for what it was trained on in terms of ensuring people get value, but it doesn't, yeah. Margin of production is the productivity of the best available free land. It's the margin as in the frontier. Oh, versus what you could use the land for otherwise. I'm not sure... I'm not sure I like the, like, reductionist way of looking at it from the perspective of land versus margin, because you have an entire, like, composition of the economy that the economy needs to do. Like, looking at it from, like, that type of marginal way, like, it might be, like, a forest of the trees issue. In regards to, like, thinking of the entire overall economic composition. Solaris anti-AI. Paradox in general doesn't want to use AI. I think it's in our, like, contracts, like, we can't use AI or something if we have a deliverable or something like this. I can't really remember, though. I think AI companies really poison their own public image by pushing too hard in art. Unfortunately, this is the most obvious way that they could push it, or Will Smith eating spaghetti. I actually think they do. I like yours on the thumbnails. Well, to be fair, there's a little bit of a selection bias, right? I like that you can tell my thumbnails are made by me. Like, you can tell that it's my channel by looking at my thumbnails generally. Your thumbnails are pretty average for YouTube? I don't know. I think any other Paradox creator with as many subs as me just has better thumbnails. Your thumbnails are art compared to mine? I don't know, man. These thumbnails is suspect. Also, you notice, like, a recurring theme? My top 3 ones are guy with line go up. I should just do line go up for everything. Half of YouTube is those insane reaction overlaid over any nonsense. To be fair, I have some of those. Look, this guy is crying. This is me reacting. Yeah. Use the debug mode toggle mod, then use control to click a nation, it changes you. I want it to not change me, though. Your thumbnails are rustic, artisan thumbnails, artisanal. You need to attack Milan and Naples before the tension gets back up to 100 to remove all the peace treaties. It's tricky to get the timing right, but you need to multiple wars to conquer the required territory. I, like, don't want to eat that much antag. Yeah, I think this is, like, a next session type thing, where, like, I'm pretty sure we need to declare multiple wars with our parliament, and the parliament needs to, like, actually be really good, too. And then, with multiple wars, we could still avoid having a massive coalition, especially with all the big players having improved relations with, and it should be good. Think of it like pirating games. If you have the money to afford them, then you shouldn't. Same with using generative AI. If your company makes enough to hire people to do it, then they should hire someone. That's kind of, to some extent, how I look at it, except for, like, I think that piracy is more victimless than using AI. If that makes sense. Because I could pay someone to do thumbnails for me to try and grow my channel, and that would provide me value, right? And then also, at what point could I afford to make thumbnails is not a clear-cut sort of thing. Whereas, when you are pirating something, you are doing that as a consumer, right? Whereas, making thumbnails, you're doing it as a producer. So I do think it's a little bit different. Because as a producer, or, like, if you, rather than pay for, like, Amazon to watch The Boys, or Netflix to watch whatever's on Netflix, rather than pay Amazon Prime to watch The Boys, you had generative AI make you a version of The Boys. Like, that I would consider similar to pirating games. Because the producer versus the other one. There's probably a world where I could make AI perform worse to match my style closer, and people wouldn't know. I think it's kind of tough, but maybe. I don't know. What if we're swapping PMs too early and we get too many peasants? Terrible. What if we're swapping PMs too early and we get too many peasants? You mean too many unemployed people. Peasants is a regression to us going out and chopping our firewood. There's no peasantry when the means of what a peasant is a peasant. The abstraction for, like, peasants in terms of, like, thinking of it in game perspective is peasants are people who live on the land and they don't pay taxes and, like, they just, like, do their own thing, or they pay taxes but not a lot, something like this, and they make their own clothes, they make their own furniture, they grow their own food. We are all non-peasanted. We're either unemployed or employed, or somewhere in between. Unions are just competing monopoly against landlords. Unions prevent workers from joining the workforce. Unions make it so that workers have leverage to negotiate. Because in order to have perfect competition or perfect negotiation, you need perfect information, and the worker is just less informed about what a fair wage is than the people who hire workers. Like, full stop. There's an asymmetry in leverage. It's like, we talk about Crassus a lot on the channel. But it's a little bit like Crassus. Okay? Where... Let's erase some of this stuff at this point. Crassus started the first fire brigade. And the way that it worked is they would come to your house as your house was on fire, and they would offer to put it out. And in exchange, you would sell them the house for 5 cents on the dollar. Okay? And the way you look at this, or abstract it, is the house is worth $0 to you, burnt down. It's worth 100 to you if they were to put the fire out for free, and they're offering you $5. Well, that is that's better than nothing. And the idea is that because this is going to go to 0, they have leverage on you. And I think that generally speaking, employers are going to have more leverage. This is not universally the case. There aren't a lot of doctors, okay? Doctors get the other side of things, or at least in the United States, where doctors can negotiate closer to the true value of their labor, because there aren't a lot of them, and it takes 15 years to make a doctor, basically. So you'll see, like, higher wages. But there's always going to be... It's never going to be symmetric in terms of the negotiating power, which is how it operates in, like, a theoretical perfect competition sense. So applying the, like, perfect competition model, where you're like, hey, the unions are taking... they're just going to reduce equilibrium workers. It's, like, kind of missing the point. Which is that when a worker can achieve this... or the worker can achieve, like, a better negotiated, like, value, then this is going to be better. When you have perfect competition, what ends up happening is firms make no money. Because they compete with each other and they reduce prices to their expenses. This is not what we get in actuality. Some firms are basically break-even. Like, talk about restaurants. Restaurants as a whole are, like... I think they net lose money, like, annually. I would not be surprised, because that's, like, the industry that closes down the most. So someone with additional money enters the restaurant industry, and then they just hemorrhage money, and then they go out of business. But, perfect competition is not what we have. They deny people membership if there are too many members. I think it depends on the profession. Irvine Company's Bastards? Yeah, someone knows what I'm talking about. With regard to the company in Orange County that owns over 70% of the land in some cities. You should look at the rentier black hole. Is that some sort of analysis where, like, rents just always increase to match the surplus labor? Because I think that's kind of what happens. Unions gain clout by having more members. It makes no sense for them to turn members away, unless they're trying to reduce the number of people in the profession just in general. Like, everyone who's in the profession, they would want to be in the union. But this allows them to negotiate as a collective. And try and get more value from their labor. It's the productivity of working the land. Yeah, but you're using a microeconomics concept to like try and have a discussion about a macroeconomics factor, which is like AI in the entire economy. And so the marginal value of like one parcel of land is like mistaking the forest for the trees, or mistaking the trees for the forest. I forget the expression, the way that the expression goes, but like if you're focused on the marginal value of just that one parcel of land versus like the entire thing, then like the methodology of analysis for micro versus macro in economics is just different. Like if your question is how do we get the most value out of this one thing of land, but because like you're like operating from like a perfect competition perspective where like there's no friction to change industries, but there's actually a tremendous amount of friction to like change industries. And so like saying that you could make an extra 10 cents an hour if this was, instead of a restaurant, this was an office building, is like the changing it over from a restaurant to an office building is a thing that includes not only risk but like retraining individuals. And like in like economics, you assume that people retrain instantly, that HR doesn't exist, that you don't have to go through the prospect of hiring and training individuals, and like all these types of things that make it so that just like friction, there's not like a frictionlessly swap between like one industry and another. I guess I forget the exact context of when we were what we were discussing at this point. It was like having to do with AI. It's difficult to make an argument about AI using others' art to make new art, because humans also take inspiration from other arts to make art through learning through your lived experience. I agree, but I've come from the perspective that all value is created through human like labor, or like or the. This is not something that other people have to accept, but here's the way I look at it. I think all value is created through human labor, so like the marginal value that's created from, I think, the marginal value that AI creates should not be respected in the same way the marginal value that a human creates when a human takes inspiration. Other than the people who are working on the AI, in terms of their labor, should maybe get compensated to some degree. But I don't think that the people who just own the company that the AI is trained on should get like should get the value, if that makes sense. Like I think the people who are actually like pushing progress in terms of the AI, like they're really increasing the ability for productivity to be higher. Come and check in the stream. The first thing I see is off-brand MS Paint explaining some niche mechanic. This is a generalist stream? Yeah, basically. Well, we're talking about actual economics, and now we're trying to catch up on chat before we conclude the stream, because we have a parliament coming up, and the parliament is going to have we're going to get CBs, and then we're going to have like a Thunderdome-ish type of affair, and I'm like too tired to have like a 30-minute war, but instead I'm just going to have a 1-hour conversation about stuff. I blame Playmaker. Actually, no, I blame myself. Playmaker came in, and then I asked him a question, and then we started talking about AI. Unions have clout because they forbid the employers from hiring outside the union. They don't forbid the employers. They say if they hire from outside the union, that they'll go on strike. Or something like this. They don't actually prevent the employers from doing anything. But like the fact that if you look at wages when you have unions and wages when you don't have unions, and it's not the case that all these places with unions just go underground, or not underground. They just become completely unprofitable. Like, it becomes Like, the money exists within the systems to, like, pay people wages that the unions are trying to extract. Like, inverse correlation between, or there's a correlation between hourly compensation tracking with productivity, and the amount of union memberships, in terms of... What is that even off to the left, though? That can't be percentage. Percent change in compensation and productivity? Oh, percent change of workers in a union. Yeah, so from... Was it 30% to, like, under 5%? If you've seen this, like, data before. And, okay, maybe there's a confound variable here. But the relationship between union membership and compensation tracking with productivity seems pretty intuitive to me. Alright, I'm calling it a night. I look forward to the next Italian Wars next stream. Yep. Are you using the correct one? Generalist, the one you have to fabricate? Yeah, but it doesn't give you any antag reduction. I was planning on just using the Parliament CB and then threatening because it gives antag reduction. Piracy more victimless, but corporations are people too? Well, I explained my reasoning behind this. Peasants require a margin of production. The asymmetry doesn't exist in New York. No need for unions in order to forbid abusive NDAs. What? Peasants would require a margin of production. Yeah, I mean, I'm just like, I'm not looking at this up from a micro perspective. Like, there are some, like, baseline assumptions in economics that, like, so, like, economics assumes that the value of a thing is how much people are willing to pay for it. And that this is what value is. This is willingness to pay is value. In terms of, like, a classic economics model. And in my opinion, value is created through labor, but is not necessarily... is mediated by... It is mediated... Like, there's... In this operation, value is getting created, okay? Where this is subsistence, right? And this is, like, we'll call this sell value, I guess. Okay? Where if you pay the sell value to the workers, your companies just break even, and the first, like, disaster you have, you just, your company goes under. Okay? And there's a consensual exchange where somewhere between these two values are where wages are going to be. Okay. And maybe it's 50-50, and the owner, the capitalist, and the worker split it half and half. But this is, like, the marginal value that's produced. The classic economics argument is actually that whatever is in here, whatever the payment actually arrives at, that's the value of the labor. This is the classical, like, economics perspective. Okay? My perspective is that the value of the labor is here, but that also you can't possibly pay someone this much, because otherwise you don't get to have the benefits of capitalism. Okay, but the actual value of the labor is here. But this, you don't know you don't know what this number is one of the issues. You could read this essay called I Pencil, and it explains how complicated economic relations are, even for the most simple thing, like a lead pencil, where if you want to make a lead pencil, the actual number of people involved in making lead pencil is thousands. right? You have to mine the graphite. You have to transport the graphite on the railroad. You have to have the people who laid the railroad tracks. You have to have the people who made the iron to make the railroad tracks. You have to have the people who made the things to make the mine to make the things. Just ad infinitum. And with all of those things layered, it is impossible to discern what the true value of stuff is. But what you can know is the exact price that's paid for labor. But I don't think this is the actual value of labor. And so when we have a discussion, like an extended discussion, regarding, like, AI, it becomes a thing where what AI is doing is it's effectively allowing, it's giving more leverage to ownership to pay less, and is saying that, hey, the value of this labor is actually less, and then the value of capital is higher. And in some sense, under the classical model, yes, this is exactly how this works, because the capital is the scarce thing, and labor can be acquired through now AI. But this isn't what I think real value is. Real value, I think, is here. So, like, we're talking past each other. It's collective bargaining in order to make it harder for employees to suppress workers when the workers come united and they want something that they want. Yeah, so what I think unions do is they allow people to pay higher in here. They make it so that productivity tracks more strongly with compensation. Also, notably here, it's not like compensation is increasing. Compensation cannot exceed. Fundamentally, compensation can't exceed the true value of a thing, otherwise it makes firms go out of business. Right? The firms just die if they have to pay more than the value of something. But here we see that this is not what is occurring, at least between, 1940 and 1980. There aren't a lot of doctors because they have a union. The number of doctors is, like, artificially depressed. But also, I don't know if what it is would be called a union. I just wanted to show you some real love for the stream because you've genuinely crazy potential, and I'd love to connect with you, top Twitch streamer who pulls in thousands of viewers and has over 436,000 followers. He helps, blah, blah, blah. Say potato if you're real. Had him on Discord, Atrioc02. What about the first Atrioc? And tell him Gray sent you. This could be the push your stream needs. Say potato. Say potato if you're human. Gray. Rent's always increasing to match the surplus from wages is the law of rent. Yeah, wages dropping to the margin of production is called the law of wages. It's not a parcel of land, it's the best available parcel. Do you think it would be good to balance change if diseases were to hit towns and cities much harder? Yeah. Yeah, you always need to temper the spherical growth with to a first approximation. All value created through decision-making persons, not humans. Yeah, I mean, we have a disagreement on what value is. This is like a philosophical discussion that's like out. There's like, yeah, you could have a discussion on what value is, right? This is like the field of economics. The discussion of what is value is outside the field of economics. Because economics presupposes that value is the price people are willing to pay. Like, this is a philosophical question. Unless you want to make it circular, where you don't say that this is value, but you say the price people are willing to pay is the price people are willing to pay. Monopoly will always demand a higher rate. But I don't think it's like a strict monopoly, because you can turn over your entire workforce. and hire a whole bunch of people who are willing to cross the picket line. Right, which often when I remember when I was a kid, and the grocery store workers went on strike, they still had people working in the grocery store. They hired a bunch of people, and they paid higher wages to hire a bunch of people to cross the picket line. You can, right, there's nothing illegal about a union, unless you make it illegal. You can change the productivity line on the graph with lifespan and use that graph to prove unions kill everyone. You can probably change the productivity line on the graph with lifespan? What? Yeah, yeah, you're saying that this is a spurious correlation. That the inverse correlation between union membership and hourly compensation tracking with productivity is spurious. I think it's just unlikely to be spurious. Willingness to pay is neoclassical value creation. Neoclassicals are the ones who viewed the increase in prices due to resources being held back from productivity uses as a value creation. The value of a product is a combination of wages, interest, plus rent. Returns to labor plus capital plus land. Trying to parse through what your point is here. What's consensual in a system where it's work or starve? Well, that's the asymmetric leverage. I mean, I think that is why there will be a tendency of, in completely unregulated capitalism, to push this exchange lower to subsistence levels. But the minimum wage pushes it up, but then minimum wage likely also pushes rents up. So, like, then you need some sort of regulation for rents or this type of thing. I just joined. What am I saying here, kids? It's kind of a little bit of discussion at the end. I'm trying to catch up with chat and this discussion, but the discussion keeps going on. And then there's less and less EU5 and more, like, MS Paint. But then the people also leave, so then there's less people. Let's actually check our view count. Yeah, it's just been steadily declining since we've been having this conversation. We need to catch up and then get out of here. Compensation can't exceed the value of the labor. Firms go out of business, and that's how venture capital works. Yeah, I mean, in theory, you should be having some amount of turnover. But there's a lot of turnover in some industries. People talk about, like, corporations, but they talk about, like, corporations, and then they only talk about the mega corporations, but, like, tons of mom-and-pop restaurants just go out of business. Tomato? I said potato. Get him. He's not one of us. Your streams are value? We're trying. There are different types of value similar to 3 types of authority. Hiring immigrants across picket lines is what made the union membership line go down. To be fair, I think that there should be a lot more pound me in the ass type of consequences, or pound you in the ass type of consequences for paying people less than minimum wage. Like, the companies that pay less than minimum wage should be gone after. Also, there's a fair amount of union busting. I don't think you could attribute that entirely to, like, immigration, like, crossing the picket line. But also, like, that's why you have, like, you don't create a system where you allow, like, second-class workers who can work for less than minimum wage. you could turn over your entire workforce, then it's a monopoly on employment instead, and so instead of dictating prices, they dictate wage. Yes. It's still a little bit more complicated, though, because you do get just, like, temporary employment. You pay them more so that they cross the picket line, this type of thing. But I wasn't bashing the US, just find it weird. Some of them in the UK are in the company's pockets, not really on the workers' side. Yeah, this is a different issue. Regulating rents isn't necessary, just making land common property. That'll also do it. I fell asleep watching you and woke up and you're still streaming. Yeah, we gotta get out of here. You should like start a philosophy channel or something. It's my other channel, Generalist Ideas. The potato was apparently the result of the hybridization of the tomato and some tuberous plant. Interesting. Immigration was legalized in the 60s and 70s. I'm not sure about that way of analyzing. I don't know about immigration that much, like, during this specific time period, so it's hard for me to comment. But I believe that they had legal immigration before, but I don't know if it was... I know that there was, like, a thing that closed it up a little bit during World War II. But I definitely think it's an issue when you pay people less than minimum wage. Anyways, we're caught up on chat, and we are going to get out of here. Oh, I thought we were on the... thought we were showing this. But we're showing this. Apologies if I talked over the wrong thing, but we do have to get out of here. I think immigration from India was banned sometime around the 1870s. I mean, I don't think a majority of the workers are, like, Indian in the US. You'd have to talk about, like, Latin American countries. Like, the number of Indians in the US, I think, is probably under 5%. What sucks is I can't look it up, because it's going to give Native American population, not from Indians. But, yep. I guess we'll briefly check, see if anyone's streaming on Twitch. We'll probably just see if anyone who we're familiar with is streaming on Twitch. Cleo's streaming. It's playing Total War Warhammer. That's also...
I really like that.
So maybe we throw her a raid for the Twitchers that are still here. So we'll do that. Although we are not playing Warhammer. And then we will be saying goodbye to the YouTubers. I suppose we will link her Twitch before we're out of here. Have fun crying in the shower. I have such a monstrous headache right now, so that might be what we do. Bye to the YouTubers, and goodbye to the Twitch people. Bye-bye.